to the qualification day at FIFA World Cup featuring eFootball regional qualifiers. Marcel Spartas, I'll be your host for the day again, and joining me on the desk is Mr. Saishnu. Saishnu, we saw some tremendous performance from Team India in the final games. We made our mark up to the top 5, almost tying up with the top 4 place right now with Russia and Darussalam. But now, what are your expectations for the match from the eTigers? Uh-huh.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's match.
Yeah. That's certainly true. Because the game against Bhutan was a fairly decent game for us. We scored
Yeah,
only one goal though, but it was a game in complete control. We had so many chances. But after that game, our game kind of fumbled. We were trying a lot more lob through passes and headers down the wings, but nothing seemed to work out.
true.
Until Ibrahim and Mahi came into the play. Those players did some miraculous performances with the tiki-taka football that we witnessed on the actual European pitches. They were able to deliver that on the eFootball ground with CR7 just driving force ahead and then wingers not just lobbing the passes in, actually cutting inside the box and scoring some crazy goal opportunities. The game against
True.
Guam, we scored 5 and after that we never looked back.
That's the solid moment which you mentioned, right? The game against Guam. That's where every single thing kicked off too. Yes, there was a moment when even Ibrahim and Chinmay were playing together out in the middle 3 games, and to be honest, I was not really expecting the kind of performance which we actually saw from both of these experienced duo now, considering
Yeah.
that these two are the ones who had the international stage experience as well. They are the ones who also played on that professional stage. They should be the one to maybe kick things off, but it's absolutely fine. This time around, yeah, I believe if things go well in the similar manner with Ibrahim and Mahi starting things off and in the exact similar fashion, yes, it should be a pretty decent day. And you mentioned about the way how they were constantly moving around the pitch as well, right? I wanted to talk about the same fact that one of the special moves of the Indian lineup, which we've seen the Tigers, is the fact that as soon as you kick things off, they immediately move the ball to wing, and then there's
Yes.
that one cross inside the box which Ronaldo puts inside. I think so. That is a very fast, pacey attack which teams would have to adapt if they want to try and stop that.
Because that is certainly true. The kickoff movements are something which majority of the teams try to take it slow. They try to keep it calm, just build up from the back, pass it back to your goalkeeper, let your players flood out.
Yeah,
Team India says no. We are here to score goals, just 3 passes, and we are inside your box already. And 2 minutes into the game, we
true.
scored in like 3 games in a row within 2 minutes. Guam was a similar game, Myanmar was a similar fashion start that we had.
Yeah,
We had a solid game plan when it came to the last 3 games. I
true.
just hope that the way we ended yesterday, with the pair that we ended yesterday, those pair and the similar playstyle should be able to continue. Because these games against Guam, Myanmar, and Macau was a bit unfortunate one though. We were not able to capitalize on the victory, but we were still so much into the game.
I absolutely agree out there. Against Guam, it was a clear-cut domination out here. You look at you look at all the results out there, right? India versus Bhutan. Yes, it was 1-0, wherein I still feel that the one goal difference that's happening out here, right? I think so. One of the big reasons why we were not able to score a lot of goals against Bhutan was the fact that it was the opening game. There were certain jitters as well on Mahi. Eventually, it went back to the same pace in the game of Guam when he finally came back as well. So I think so. That's the kind of break you sometimes really need. But I really want them to kick things off in a very pacey fashion today.
Oh, that is certainly true. Because again, it is a double round robin format. Because
Yeah,
every nation that we played yesterday, we are going to face them in the similar style. Our first game will begin with Bhutan, and then Malaysia, and then Brunei Darussalam, and then Thailand, Guam, Myanmar, followed by the last game of Macau. But now the thing is, we are tied up with Brunei Darussalam at the 4th and the 5th spot.
yeah,
Only the top 4 qualifies to the playoffs. And now the thing is, if we tie up the score line with Brunei Darussalam, we won't be able to qualify because the overall standing will definitely come to the head to head at a certain point.
yeah.
And currently, the head to head against Brunei, we lost the match. So they are above us, despite the fact we have the same goal difference and the number of points. So for today's
True.
game, the Brunei Darussalam match, the third game of the day, that has to be converted into a victory. Because in rare case scenario, if there's a tie up in the points and the goal differences, that head to head will also be a factor whether India qualifies to the playoffs or not.
I absolutely agree. And in that entire fashion as well, right? If you really look at the scenario for all of the other teams, they've scored either in the single digits and they've conceded in single digits, or if you look at the top of the chart, the first two or three teams out here in the leaderboard, they've scored double digits as well, conceded in single
Yeah,
digits. In the bottom of the leaderboard, from the fourth spot to the eighth, it's only India and Myanmar who have scored in the double digits and conceded in double digits as well. It's 13 and 15 for India, 11 and 13 for Myanmar. So you can clearly understand it from that fact that India has that attack. They've got that potential to score extra number of goals as well. But when it comes down to conceding, when it comes down to that defense, that's where we lack. And I think so that one match, if I'm not wrong, that we played against Myanmar, that was the main, you could say, the nail in the coffin out here this time around. Or rather, it was the game against Thailand, if I'm not wrong. It was a 5-0 down, which we conceded a lot of goals
yes.
in. So that is the game which we have to focus down on today. That if we are not able to entirely convert that game, we end up either in a draw or the goal difference is minimized.
That is so true because currently our objective is to win the majority of the game so that
Yeah,
the number of points that we accumulate should be somewhat higher than the bottom four. We have to just
yeah.
be in the top four with only points. But there will be scenarios where Brunei Darussalam will just breathe under our necks and will get closer to us. Because that's the only squad right now which is targeting the top four. The bottom two teams, they are not having a good time right now, although they're just 2 points behind. But overall game plan does not look as good. The top three teams on the table are somewhere 90% already qualified. There is no way someone is actually topping down Malaysia or Thailand from the top. And be it say Macau as well, they are the top two teams right now. So the three teams are already secured spotted. But only the fourth spot, that is what we are fighting for. And the upcoming 7 matches will be so much crucial for our eTigers.
It's going to be very crucial. And I agree. You can have a look at the lineup as well for our eTigers. Abhishek, Dhar, Chinmay, Mahendra and Ibrahim. It was Mahi and Ibrahim who were playing the last 3 games yesterday, and I would really want to see both of these players in action yet again right from the kickoff and even through the games in the middle of the pack as well. There were certain games which we eventually lost, which we could have converted as well. One of those games was again very close cut game against Macau
Yeah.
as well. I have to talk about that, man. A 3-2 scoreline, and it's just the fact that most of the chances that we had yesterday when they were not going in. We had so many moments where the ball just touched the crossbar, it moves out, it touches the side crossbar, it moves out. If in any lucky scenario it would have gone in, things would have been so very different.
That is so true. The luck factor is definitely somewhere where it has to be inclined towards our Tigers today, I hope. But at
Yeah,
the same time, our finishing has should be improved by now. Because
true.
the thing is, you can create any number of chances, but if you are converting only 2 to 3 per game, then the results might not go in your favor. All the chances converted, at least 60% conversion should be there. You should be clinical in front of goal. And that comes from composure at the end. Because when we see Team Malaysia play, when we see Team Thailand play, they don't take a shot until it's a clear opportunity. And when we talk about taking shots, we have seen clear Mbappe just taking long range efforts as well. So I also want to see Team India just interpreted some of those shots, maybe bring in some different kind of strikers, try to send the ball home from outside the box with long range finesses, because that is certainly possible. We have seen Mbappe do that twice against Team India itself.
I absolutely agree, and I believe it was the game against Myanmar, if I'm not wrong,
Yes.
where Kylian Mbappe was the only one who scored 2 goals in the very similar fashion, right outside the
Yes.
box, and then the second one right at the edge of the box with finesse on the top right corner. So, yeah, those are the kind of things that you can eventually go forward with Kylian Mbappe. But overall, if you look at the E-Tigers, they haven't really picked him up out here, right? They've gone in again with Cristiano Ronaldo, so they'll have to stick with that specific kind of play style. And when it comes down to facing a team that have got those again long bulky defenders who they eventually stop Cristiano. But I really like the idea of what India eventually brought later on into the mix with adding Wayne Rooney and moving in instead of a 4-3-3, you go forward with a 4-4-2 with a little bit of wide wingers, which eventually get more opportunities to Ronaldo as well as Wayne Rooney.
I would say more than the Rooney edition, it was the formational change that we did. Earlier,
Yeah.
we were just having three midfielders and three forwards. We went with a four forward lineup kind of stuff because we had a striker with CR7 and then a secondary striker with Wayne Rooney, and
Yeah.
then two either attacking midfielders or the left wing and right wings. We were sending more players ahead and more spaces were to be exploited. If you look
Yeah.
at the lineup, it is kind of similar. Vieira, Ronaldo, Van Dijk, you cannot change the drafted players. But now I want to see Song Hyun Min starting the lineup. Him on the left mid side will be a crucial player, especially when it comes to long range efforts. Nico Williams is fast that Indian players are using, but he does not have the same capability when it comes down to shooting and long range efforts. Song Hyun Min will definitely provide you that. Changing the playing 11 and getting the 4-4-2 in your favor should be, I believe, one of the major key plans for the our lineup today.
I think so. I'm going to double down on that fact as well. That yeah, I actually like the potential of that guard, Son Hyun Min. Eventually, you have a similar speed to Nico Williams as well, and you've got a lot more capabilities which you can try and exploit from him. I would want to see that kind of being pulled up as well, because mostly yesterday we saw Son eventually being brought back later into the mix as well. Sometimes you saw Romario starting things off when the lineup was, or rather when the formation was a 4-3-3, and when it went to a 4-4-2, or mostly those wingers which could either drop down towards mid or help forward in the attack as well, which could also be converted into a 4-2-4. In those kinds of situations, you would see Romario sitting out, and once both Cristiano and Wayne Rooney were tired off, that's when he was substituted in. And I think so those kind of ideas are also pretty decent, but now you've got to level that up if you want to close out the games against Malaysia and Macau.
That is so true. Because you need to defeat the bigger giants to make sure that you have sufficient amount of points to qualify. But on
Yeah.
the same note, one thing that I want to see is getting Romario into the playing side a bit faster rather than the last 20 minutes. Because we have seen Romario doing a ball roll into the top left corner of the
Yeah.
goal area. That particular shot, when he was forced by two defenders to get a pass down, he performed a very easy skill with a ball roll and finished it with his weaker foot in the top left corner. That shots are capable. Team Indian players know how to do that. I just want to see more of that type of heroics coming into the play. Because Romario is a card that will bring you that long range efforts as well on the secondary striker role. Now,
Yeah.
thing is, when do you try to adapt? But now, if you talk about our opponents, what they have is a very common squad: CR7, Patrick Vieira, Rijkaard, which I'm not a big fan of in the mid, not the strongest, not the fastest, but has a pretty good passing accuracy. But at the same time, De Jong and Zico, these two cards will be somewhere difficult to deal with. And keeping in mind that Peter Schmeichel has been a nightmare for the eTigers at every match.
Oh my god, you don't even talk about Schmeichel. In so many scenarios, he made so nasty saves which you don't even expect out there, right? To be honest, if we actually consider the games that the Indian boys played, even in those games, I'd have to say sometimes Schmeichel was actually going in for some good saves as compared to when we were actually playing with Buffon. There were certain moments which I think so if Schmeichel was there, he could have made those kinds of saves. But it's absolutely fine. It's again a coin flip eventually coming in. And I agree to the fact that Frankie de Jong being pulled off as well in that mid, it's going to be kind of a nightmare. You talk about Roberto Carlos as well. Yeah, that's something you might not want to deal with if in case push comes to shove out there. But overall, I still feel that the lineup of the eTigers, it's actually a bit more strong as compared to what the Bhutanese players are bringing in, and that kind of gives you a slight bit of an advantage in the game. Considering even yesterday we won against this very lineup, I'd have to say, yeah, confidence of the Indian boys should be looking strong.
That is so true. But now, on the same note, we scored just one goal against Bhutan. All I want to see at least 5 to 6 goals scored against Team Bhutan right now. Get a
Wow.
big victory. Get that goal differential in your favor. But how will our E-Tigers perform? How will Ibrahim and Mahi start our day at the FIFA E-World Cup regional qualifiers featuring eFootball console? We will find that out after a very short break. Welcome back everyone, and we are live with the game of FIFA E-World Cup Regional Qualifiers featuring eFootball console. The game that we want Team India to win by a big margin is here on our screens. It is eTigers facing Bhutan.
This is going to be a very crucial game for both of these teams out here right now, for both India as well as Bhutan, ladies and gentlemen, because Bhutan is still struggling out there in the leaderboard in the bottom two. A team that is losing the chance of qualifying in the top four really needs to set things off in motion right from this game onwards, while India on the other side, struggling on that fifth spot, are looking for an absolute beast-like start right now as the ball is kicked off from both the sides. India controlling the pace.
We are going to the left wing right now. The ball, a bit heavy pass on Patrick Vieira, was not able to control it though. But now, I just want to see some more ground passes build up coming in. Bestoni will definitely win the header, but Nico Williams is not able to connect the ball. He goes back, and from left to right, it is Bhutan making the progress ahead, wins the header, tried to head it down to their striker, CR7, but not so soon. Patrick Vieira with the interception. Now Nico Williams has the run on the wing, just go back with the pass, but nah, has been shoved off of the ball, and Patrick Vieira from Bhutan gets the ball in his favor, and now another counter attack on the build-up. CR7 holding the ball, a nudge inside the box, takes the driven shot. But a good save from Peter Schmeichel there. A counter-attack is on the way. Has been intercepted though. But another lob through pass, and Nico Williams with the pace on his feet. He will be able to collect it, but just out.
Just on that throw-in line out here, but it's absolutely fine right now. India still controlling, stolen that ball out here. Tried to pass it over towards the left. Doesn't matter. It's going to be stolen from Bhutan. Lovely interception out here. India is not really allowing Bhutan to have that control, right? They had that one opportunity right on the goal. They opened things up with the first one right now. Lofted it all the way towards that left wing, but it's again a bit too far wide out here. Gonna go back into that goal kick. I love the readjustment from India, I'd have to say, because yesterday when you saw it was constantly the ball being hovered up, right? They were being lofted, lobbed in, sent through. Right, even from the center, it's going to be sent back in right now. There's an opportunity. This is where India is special out here. Try to pass it in. One more extra pass going to be given back right outside the box. But a very nice block coming in from Bhutan. A crucial one. Otherwise, this could have gone in the back of the net.
Almost there. And that outside the box attempt as well. A good build-up with a good cutback, and everything was just perfectly stringing in. A good interception though, but now Team India is unleashing another attack in the center of the pitch. Takes the finish! Driven into the bottom left corner. Team India takes the opening. We lead the scoreline yet again, and it is none other than Snyder who takes the advantage. Another outside the box attempt, another cutback to the attacking midfielder. And this effort will not go out. Perfectly on target, perfectly timed, and perfect power on the shot as well.
It was phenomenal attempt out here, right from outside the box. You saw that coming in from a mile away. You could see that pass going in. That one move over towards the left, open up some more space, Snyder in the perfect spot, and the defenders just left astray. Beautiful opener out there from India. Even yesterday they opened things up at the 33rd minute mark, and this time around they're trying to focus on the exact same thing right now. Lovely opening. And I really want to see India now convert more of these chances as well. Not stop the aggression right here from this point, but rather score in some more goals. You want to bring that goal difference back into your own favor.
For sure, man. Because at this point, the thing is, we are still on a -2. This will give us some more effort, a +1. But now, the thing is, our upcoming matches are against the table toppers. So for this reason, we need to make sure that the teams that are below us, we take the complete advantage of that, and this could have been one of those moments for it. Wesley Snyder almost trying that threaded through pass.
Yeah.
Just missing by a
Eventually go in, right? This is where India is absolutely deadly. On those crosses. Oh, what a lovely pass out here. Another opportunity out here for India to try and score it off. But Snyder wanted to find the top right corner of the net. Man, look at that additional touch. Look at that extra pass. And then lofted right in over towards the top right. But very well kept outside of that net. I'd have to say Bhutan, in the next 6 minutes, they could have conceded another one and the lead could have doubled.
For sure. The chances are keep on coming, but this time around a header! Straight to Buffon. Almost there, almost on the edge. But we are knocking on the door very heavily now. And the more you knock on the door, the more opportunities you can create. We just need to be clinical. A throw-in will be conceded here by Team India. Bhutan taking their good time to take the throw-in. But the interception should be on its way, and there we have it again. Team India is not giving Bhutan an inch, and now another fast-pacey attack should be on the way. Nico Williams should be able to find the players, but a little too much of the dribbling. Loses the position very cheaply, and now Bhutan on the counter-attack. Tries to throw a ball in, but Upamecano takes the ball, runs ahead of CR7, gets the interception, and now sending back for a counter-attack where Sneijder is able to find the ball in the mid. CR7 making a good run, holding the ball, keeping the possession. And as it should be on the way, a rebound for Nico Williams. Loses the ball yet again. So close yet so far, but Team India, the humongous chances we are creating, it looks like a game where we are able to at least nullify that goal difference.
Absolutely agree. This could very well be an opportunity right now. Maybe created out here yet again. Another interception on its way. And oh, lovely steal coming in from India. Back into the box. Passed in. Fake shot out there. Right for a second. I love the idea being brought in. It was very well kept out yet again. It comes down to that one extra piece of finishing touch that India is missing. Maybe this could grab it. Maybe this could provide it. A cancel out here. Tries to shoot it yet again. Kept outside of the box. Oh my god.
The finesse are just not going in. A left, right, center. Everybody's trying that. But Gigi Buffon is a ball magnet at this point. He is able to hold everything coming on his way. Team India, maybe you need to add more power or change the direction of the shot, or maybe just take an extra pass inside the box. Because the amount of chances we are creating, we should be at least 5-0 up at this point. Because Team Bhutan, they have not seen a single shot on target. But as I say, there comes a shot, but Virgil van Dijk, using his physicality, nudges the ball away, steals the ball, and now yet another attack on the mix.
For a second, I genuinely thought there that it might actually be an offside. By the way, at least players, raise their own hands, but it's absolutely fine. Extra time going to be added though, but I'm pretty sure that after this throw in, it's going to be stopped until and unless India can keep on attacking. And this extra pass was definitely in that very same direction. It's going to be sent back, and as soon as that pass goes in, yeah, it's going to be a half time. Same storyline just like yesterday. A lot of chances being created. One big difference here, Spartans, is that we did not have enough shots yesterday. We had 6 shots on target last time. This time we've got 7 of them.
We definitely had more shots, but also keeping in mind, the type of shots that we are taking is also crucial. It is not like we are taking some long range efforts in the hope that we will score. It is all inside the box, trying to set the goalkeeper to a different line with a finesse to his opposite side. But Gigi Buffon has been just tremendous inside the nets. And again, all we need is some bit of fortune on our side. Because with that luck factor, we should be able to score at least 4 more goals in this match alone.
Fortune favors the bold out there, and that's exactly what Indians are trying to be. Lovely steal from Nico Williams, but the pass will be intercepted. The steal was pretty solid though on the other side. And he answer back yet again. A pass cancel into an entire move forward out. Oh my god, Nico Williams yet again missing it out. But it's going to be fine. Bhutan now moving ball around a little bit more over towards their defense. Want to play and make sure that this midfield is moving all the way up out here with the entire team. And they are really looking for interception. But I like the fact how they're not really getting that desperate, right? They're not giving those lines, and right as Bhutan tried to find it, stolen away on the other side though.
Nah.
Lofted through a bit ambitious, I'd have to say.
Almost. That could have been a run from Nico Williams, especially in co-op when you can just ask your partner make a run on the wing. Oh, is completely over. CR7 inside the box, crosses and Nico Williams off the post. Oh, we are just knocking and knocking on the door, but the door is locked by Gigi Buffon and sometimes by the woodwork. At least 6 of our chances should have gone in, but nothing is changing the scoreline. But this time around, a threaded through pass. What? Is that a foul? Should be a red, I believe. That's a 1v1 with the keeper.
It very well should be though, but I don't have an idea if that was supposed to be an off or not. It was definitely a close call though, but a bit overzealous out there from Bhutan, I'd have to say. Maybe they were panicking out there. Maybe it was a panic tap though, but I'm pretty sure this should not have been the case. And just because of that right now, there's an opportunity created for India yet again on the doorstep. And if you remember, Spartas, even yesterday, India got a free kick. Instead of taking it with Ronaldo instantly, they made sure that they added an extra bit of pass in there and then finished it off inside the net. I think so they can try and do the same thing today.
That is so true. That free kick routine that we showcased yesterday was so pretty to witness. A short free kick to the left side and then the runner just dumbing the ball, stepping on it, taking a first time shot and then sending the ball home. But now all I want to see at this point is Bhutan down to 10 men yet again.
Yeah.
Because that was a last touch pass and yes, they are down to 10 men. Frank Rijkaard is out of the pitch. Because that attack you are not allowed to make. If you don't make the tackle, CR7 is 1v1 with the keeper and you are nowhere close to the ball. A deserved red and Team India should be deservingly scoring this goal as well. Short free kick taken inside pass. Nico Williams make a cutback, man. But little too late for the rebound. The ball is just dancing inside the box and Team India, the chance goes begging yet another time.
An extra touch out here being kept. India really wanted to move inside the net for 100% certainty. That is the exact thing which eventually led to the downfall of that shot, but it's absolutely fine. Nico Williams still trying to move out here more. India are keeping the ball for a second longer on Nico Williams every single time, or I'd have to say Bhutan are tackling him perfectly.
I just want to see a substitute coming in and Song Min joining the pitch. Because Nico Williams, he has been a player who had a lot more chances, but he's not able to convert those.
I agree.
Maybe the passing start is not up to the mark, or maybe the finishing is not up to the mark, or maybe his composure is just low to be the final third guy. But Song Min or maybe someone like Wayne Rooney should be considered those games where you build up on your goal differences.
And you think about that goal difference itself, right? Thailand is a team that went 13-0 against Bhutan. Or either Guam. It's one of those teams out here. And that's something India would also want to try and replicate though. Nice opportunity yet again. It wasn't really converted fully out here. Still going to be sent back. Will be moved forward back in towards Nico Williams. It's going to get that ball back into the center. Passes it on the right wing. Stolen away. Intercepted perfectly by Bhutan. This last defense line is something that is keeping Bhutan alive right now because they are literally not able to attack.
The thing is, it does not matter at this point because does not matter how many chances Team India has created. It is 75th minute and we have just one goal lead and it is so unfortunate for us and our eTigers. Sometimes the ball does not go in, sometimes there's a bad touch from Nico Williams, sometimes they hit the woodwork. All in all, I am not sure what to do from here as an eTiger.
Yeah.
You have so many opportunities, but none of them is going in. And now we are onto the counter attack where three players are just running inside the box and make a pass. Snyder turning, twisting, going to the wing, make a pass to the right back maybe. But now interception, but the ball will just dazzle around, will lose the possession and Team India have to stop this counter, and with the wing play that Bhutan are trying to run, we just need to stop the cross.
Yeah, we did. Lovely. Beautiful stop coming in out there. It should be going in for the corner. Never mind. It's actually a goal kick. That was not at all a good cross if you talk about it. Rooney was the one who was playing all the way far ahead. Oh my goodness. The stamina is all the way down in the drains out here. So you've got to replace that man. Bebeto is going to be coming back in. Yeah, I do like the idea. Even yesterday, India went in with Bebeto, and with what they're trying to do right now, by trying to keep the ball in with them for a second longer, I think so Bebeto is going to be one of the perfect men out there to try and do the same thing.
Federico Valverde coming into the mix, and that is something very different. Like, as a CMF as well, so this attack is going more centrally at this point. Maybe we need an extra runner from the mid, because the two strikers are able to find the space in the box. But the thing is, if you are able to get a cutback and beat the back line, that will be a different game. Because that cutback chance will just beat the entirety of the defense. And then with Federico Valverde, we all know the power shots that he has on his right foot. he might be able to score some crazy goals in the last 10 minutes.
Highly possible. We'll eventually get one bare minimum chance, and if you're lucky, maybe two chances out there. So this could very well be a nice opportunity to try and pull back in. Even on the other side, Okazaki Shinji has been brought in, and now out here for India, Mahendra is substituted for Bebito. All of that is going to be crucial right now. If we're having a look at it from the wing, there's an opportunity out here in mid. It's going to be sent all the way back right now. Move back over towards that right back, which you were talking about in that last attack. But, oh my goodness, lucky. The ball was kept for an extra second. An opportunity in the right wing. Tries to cut it inside. Should be stolen though, but oh my god, that's another lovely tackle from Bhutan. The defense has been pretty strong at the last touch, I'd have to say.
It is always a similar story, but now Romario inside the box should be able to take the shot, but the last ditch defense. What was that for a block? Romario open net 1v1, but then the defender came in flying. A Superman attempt and making that block at the very last second. You don't see that often, but Bhutan, for some crazy reasons, this backline is just not getting defeated. But this time around, another attempt, another long range finesse, maybe takes an extra touch, but off the target. Oh, I think we all have the same reaction as Bebito right now. He played it so well, so composed, taking an extra touch and a finesse, but just off target. Millimeters is what we are talking about.
Oh my god, how many has it already been? Should have been a 6 or 7-0 at this point. But yeah, it's either the last ditch defense of Bhutan that's helping them, or it's basically been just a few unfortunate instances for India where they could not have scored any kind of goal out here. Right now from the left wing all the way, tries to ditch it in the center, should be very well defended, and that's going to be the whistle again. A 1-0 scoreline against Bhutan, out in the exact same start. But I'd have to say the big difference is that we've got so many attempts, should be over 10 at least.
I love the build-up play from our eTigers. I'm so proud of them, the way they are playing. This level of football is what I wanted to see from the opening of this regional qualifiers.
Yeah.
But now we took a sweet time of 4 games to come to this point. We took our sweet time to find a pairing between Ibrahim and Mahi, making sure that these two lads stick to their game plan and make sure that the ball is not flying up in the air and our players are playing Flores lava when it is clearly not. So all things, they have made sure that the passing will be a tad bit better, the runs will be better, but the last shot, the final hit inside the box is what we are lacking. And at this point, I really want to see Nico out. Man, that guy, he is running down the wing, but he is not the one to make or give you goals from the left-hand side. He is there on the wing and making sure that he gives an extra pass, but there are opportunities that Nico Williams should be able to take. Maybe a replacement, maybe start Federico Valverde, the CMF, more towards the left-hand side and everything. But we need a change in that final 4. We need someone else who can take that goal-scoring chances and convert them home.
I absolutely agree. And one of the biggest thing out here is the fact that you really mentioned out there that we should really just pull in Son Heung-min eventually instead of Nico Williams out there so that he can make some more particularly controlled runs on that wing. But at the same time, you know, I'd have to say, yes, India after winning that one game is now ahead with Brunei, Darussalam eventually adding another loss into their mix. So they'll be moved down out here. Myanmar, yes, they're falling up again. 10 points out here, just 2 points behind us. So they also won their previous game. All 8 games completed, and Thailand are looking absolutely insane, winning 7 out of those games with just 1 draw. Macau, if I'm not wrong, they've probably registered another loss this time around against Thailand. So that's going to be something which eventually we can work around with, right? It was Macau and Thailand with a draw, and then everything kept on moving forward. So Macau haven't really started things off on a very particularly good note out there. Now, another thing that I wanted to talk about here in the mix was the fact that Bhutan's defense is actually very, very strong.
I don't believe in that, to be honest, because they have a very weak line of defense. We are always able to get past their defense. We are there inside the box, able to take the final shot. But the thing is, from somewhere in the heaven, the gods just bless them, and Gigi Buffon makes a Superman save.
Yeah. All right. You know what? I guess I'll
in
agree.
Malaysia, we can see that player, same name, Gigi Buffon. Yet again, everybody choosing him, and why not with the performance he's putting in. So Kryptonite for our eTigers, I believe. I hope that changes in this matchup because Team Malaysia, the thing is with them, they have Kylian Mbappe and CR7. They will run a 4-4-2 and that 4-4-2 was running riots against us.
Yeah.
But now, if we compare our performance from yesterday, we are playing very different. So the result of this matchup can still be in our favor.
It's again falling down to the same thing of how well we can capitalize on our attacks, right? I'd have to say I kind of agree that we were getting past the defense line of Bhutan as well multiple times, so it wasn't really as strong. But I was really looking at their results from yesterday as well. The only time when they've conceded anything more than 2 goals was when they were playing against Thailand, which was a 6-1 scoreline. Apart from that, every single game was either a 2-1, either a 2-0, or a 1-1. So you'd have to say gods have been blessing Bhutan quite a lot out there in all of those games. But now it's going to be time for India to eventually pull their socks up and make this immense comeback possible. Can we take that revenge against Malaysia, or will it be another draw? Or will Malaysia steal the win away? We'll find that out, ladies and gentlemen, after this short break.
And we are back again with the second game of the day. Team India taking on Team Malaysia right now in the FIFA E-World Cup regional qualifiers featuring eFootball console. The last game against Bhutan, very unfortunate game for our eTigers. Created 10 different chances but scoring just one. But now, with that win inside our backpack, we are eyeing out to topple down the top 3 of our group. It is Team Malaysia who are in a very comfortable spot, but Team India, with the form we are running in, this should be a great match. And by look of things, Team Malaysia are not taking it easy. With a slight tackle from Patrick Vieira already, we are just able to hold the back line.
Absolutely. That was, I would have to say that slight tackle was amazing from Malaysia, but eventually that short block coming in from India as well. That was pretty crucial to hold this one out now. It's going to go into that corner. It's going to be moved all the way back in. Very easy collect. No problem coming in this time around. So India, they're going to make sure that they will be running it all the way down against Malaysia. It was a 3-1 scoreline last time, Spartans. There were not a lot of chances created from India. And I would like to see them keep the ball a little bit more under control right now. And if I'm not wrong, they're probably running down with Son Heung-min this time around from the left wing.
Well, I think the suggestions has been taken because just for the information, I was talking to certain players and I was like, yeah, can you please try Song Hyun-min instead of Nico Williams? And they were like, if you say it, we're going to try it. I'm very thankful to Ibrahim for that. Because, you know, I've been a avid fan of eFootball, have been playing it since maybe I was in 12th standard. Or maybe even earlier if I recall my old days.
Oh my god,
pretty
man. You're
old, yeah.
You're ancient.
Yeah, I believe that.
Oh my god. For now, Malaysia actually believes that they can score in a chance. A rebound coming in. Going back over towards the Malaysian side. A lovely slide tackle to block that shot off. India eventually holding it down still with 0-0. Score is absolutely equal. Another header going in. It's going to be stolen back in. Intercepted out in mid. Yet another interception coming in. This time it's from the Indian boys out over towards that left wing. Yeah, Son is going to make that run all the way, but it's going to be passed in all the way in center. Son Heung-min is going to hold it down, passes it, not a perfect one. It's going to be intercepted on the other side. First opportunity in quite a while now from India, but they still go on.
But the thing is, it is a complete end-to-end game. It is not like we are going on the back foot and trying to hold the ball. The amount of chances both the teams are creating is humongous and just want Buffon, where are you going, my man? Can someone remind him he is the goalkeeper and not the left back? Because that guy ran from the center of the goal to the extreme left of the pitch just to cover the ball, and the passion the old guy is showing, it is crazy. Because we all know, Team India, we need to hold this match. A draw will do things, but a win will be just a perfect way to start our qualification day. And now we are onto a counter attack. Song Hyun-min finds the ball yet again, holding the ball, keeping the possession and just turning things slow, and a perfect pass there, but that header is just not coming on CR7's way.
The defensive line constantly blocking things off out here. Son Heung-min, as much as he controls the ball pretty well, yeah, he's a little bit slow out there with the ball itself, so it's kind of not really working in favor of India. Oh my goodness, this could be a horrible mistake coming in. And I'm not even sure if it's from the players, but rather from the card itself. Stopping the cut back lane though, but it's Trivela to finish things off in the net itself. And that's Puskas to open things off for Malaysia. That's such an unfortunate event coming in for India.
I'm not sure what just happened at the back line. The game was completely in our favor, I believe, because we were running control on the attacking side. But then this happened where Upamecano takes a touch. Maybe he can just clear up the ball. Maybe he was just ahead of his line. But then Frank Puskas, you give that guy an inch and he will make sure that he scores from that very particular angle. He is strong, he is fast, he is rapid, and he is a stealer of the ball as well. Taking that extra touch, creating that extra angle for the Trivela. The Malaysians have strike the ball perfectly in the back of our net, and not the goal that they deserve to score. But hey, a bit unfortunate on our eTigers side. Despite the fact the Malaysians have created so many chances, a mistake is what they needed to get on the scoreboard.
Pushing the players back right now, back on the Indian side. Still trying to run around with the exact same thing though, but it's going to be cleared away from the Malaysian side. Now here's the thing. This is one of the strongest attack of India, where they put the players back right from the kickoff and then eventually pass through a lob pass over towards the corners, which eventually pushes it in right in the center where Cristiano is ready for that header, but that's not really happening right now. Far away pass out. It's going to be called in an offside. It was a humongous offside, to be honest. India will get the ball back in their own favor right now, but the Malaysian side are the ones who've got the score in their favor. 27 minutes into the game. A big mistake that Indians will have to brush off right now as they finally find another way to try and equalize the scoreline. Passing it all the way towards that left wing. Son will eventually try to go for a finish shot. Oh my goodness, ambitious, but that was a nice attempt.
Keep these shots coming, man. Son has the chances, the possibility, the left foot, the curve on his left foot, everything that a striker and a left winger needs to finish the ball to
Oh
the
my
top
God.
left corner. But again, another mistake at the back, as I said, but this time around it has been controlled by Bastoni. Clears the ball away for safety, and this is what we need. Just take a breather, I would say, because these mistakes are just getting way out of our hands, I suppose.
Nice clearance. Absolutely nice clearance coming in as well. Finally, you mentioned about slowing the game down. This one would eventually help them out. And I'd have to say, things have been pretty unfortunate for the Indian side today. You could clearly see that happening. Even yesterday, right? There were certain moments when we were constantly seeing Indians create the chance, but the ball not going in the back of the net. That's exactly what's happening even today. Keep the ball in for a few more seconds and just let the Indian side take it. Right now, another air ball being won by the side of Malaysia. And this is one of their strengths today that they've depicted. They've constantly been winning those air balls. Be it on the defense line, be it on the attacking line. They've constantly been winning those. And that's where Indians are struggling to keep the position.
That is so true. We are not able to win those headers at all. Those 50-50s are always going in the favor of the black jerseys. The Malaysians have a good control on the ball. But now, Gigi Buffon kicks the ball high up in the air for CR7, heads the ball down, but pressure too much. But Snyder should be there on the edge of it, or rather it's Wayne Rooney up. Trivela pass should be able to take that extra touch, and now it is time for Song Hyun Min. An extra pass inside the Trivela header. Oh! CR7! Guess Peter Schmeichel. Man, this guy. It's Buffon and then Schmeichel, man. These goalkeepers are giving us nightmares at this moment.
Oh my
Perfectly on
goodness.
target, and now the ball is rebounding for the Black Kit. But Gigi Buffon on the other end saves the day. Keeps the scoreline in check. Kaka, a good strike, but this steal. I'm not sure what's going on with our CBs at this point.
I mean, I don't know if it's about the timing on the power in that header to try and steal it away, or it's literally just Malaysian supremacy handling it. I've got absolutely no clue as to why the backline is not being able to win even in a single header competition in that. But you've got to try and work around with it right now. It's going to be sent all the way far back in. Finally, Indians will control the ball yet again. No one to go in towards that attack now. Just only one in the center, and that's exactly where you're trying to send the ball in. But the defensive backline over towards the Malaysian side, they're not going to let that in. To be honest, I'm happy that Buffon actually caught it. I had my breath held on for a second out there. Another header this time. Not being won by India. So it's going to be the last attack coming in from the side of Malaysians, which will be stopped right in between. A pass in towards that center. Sent back all the way forward for a lofted through. But that should be it.
It is just perfect from the Malaysian squad. And the thing is, now Team Malaysia, they are, I would say, able to control the ball way more than us. And the reason is that the switching is just perfect. Before Team India even is trying to make a pass, the opponent player is already tracking that ball. And that's a big difference, that we are losing the headers, we are losing the long balls. Because whenever you try to make a pass, your player and the ball, the guy who's the ball carrier, turns in a certain way and you know where the line of sight is. They are already tracking it down. All the through balls, all the lob through passes, everything is being tracked down to a perfection at this point. And Team India, to cut this line of defense, all you need is a more compact game plan. You cannot choose long ball, you cannot choose counter, you need to go for small passes. you need to make sure that you are able to see the player whom you are passing to, so that the passing lane is in front of you. You are able to take more effort. And yes, Song Hyun-min, he is given more of the central space now, and I like to see that coming in, because Son is definitely a tactical player more than a speedy runner. And with the passes that he had in the first half, he had shown his impact. But the thing is that impact is not able to be capitalized, since Malaysian centre backs are always tracking CR7 running in the box.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? They're constantly shutting down that one player off for those headers as well. This time from the right wing is where they wanted to make the play. It's going to be stopped instantly out there. Another header being won by the Malaysian players. It's going to be lofted in right towards that centre. Bit of an ambitious pass out here, but it's absolutely fine. It's going to be still kept in check, intercepted, perfect. Now Indians will eventually control that. They wanted to make that lofted play for Son. Did not really go through, and now there's a chance for the counter-attack from the other side. It could very well be disastrous for India if they don't really stop that. It's going to be won yet again. Malaysia, they've got a chance. Lost his defense coming into play. Another header being taken. Buffon did not take that, but the defender stopping the ball from going in the back of the net. A massive defense coming in for India. My goodness.
Virgil van Dijk, the last line of defense, and man, he just saved us from a big mess. The ball is just bouncing around the box and we are not able to get rid of it. But now, a long throw in, a headed down. Upamecano steals the ball, clear it for safety, and the header will go back to Team Malaysia. The black kit is giving us a hard time on the pitch. N number of chances, but just making sure that they're able to at least get into the box. They have scored just one goal though, so the tie-up can be possible. And now Song Hyun-min is running, driving from left wing. Just take an extra pass, driven inside, header! Off target.
One of the best chances Indians have created. And what a perfect piece set up from Son. My goodness.
I showed you, this guy is crazy.
Yeah, Nico Williams.
Oh, that one job, man. Keep it on target, but it's not working out. Fortune is definitely not favoring the Brave at this point.
Can't really say that, man. Even the Malaysians are doing a pretty nasty job out there. This time the header being won finally. It's going to be stolen away instantly by the Malaysian side. The boys in the black kit are the ones who are controlling the entire pace of this game right now. Should be stolen away, should be tackled up perfectly. Nice pass back over towards the center. You're going to have the ball being controlled out here. And now you've got that extra pass in. Finally, some members in the blue kit are going to be seen. Oh, the header not being won by India. It's going to be intercepted back in again this time. Son is going to keep the ball out. Passes back in the center. Should be sent back in over towards the wing. Maybe back in the center. Now there's an opening being created. Extra pass. And another shot on target. But Peter Schmeichel is making sure that the scoreline stays in favor of Malaysia.
What is this? A heel pass, and man, this is unfair. Schmeichel is moving to his left. He jumped to a right and top the top right corner. This is just not a game, I believe. You cannot do more than this.
You can.
India have tried everything possible. A cutback to a heel flick to setting up Rooney for a top right finesse. And Schmeichel still saves that. But now a short corner taken. Song Hyun-min taking a pass inside. Another driven pass. Take the shot, finesse. Off target and Cuckoo.
My God.
Not able to send it home, man.
They're doing everything possible now. Once Indians are in the D of the other side, yeah, they've got every single chance that they can take. The only problem is they're not being able to convert that. Ball being kept in with them for an extra second now. They eventually send it all the way back up and forward. Another possible chance as they're dribbling it back. Pass almost intercepted. It's going to be kept in back by India. Another opportunity right in the center. It's going to be blocked in instantly by Malaysia. They can finally see a goal being brewed up for the Indian side right now. They're playing under pressure. There are some openings that Indians are creating, and right now this could be found again.
Oh, I'm not sure what to even make of this. So much of attacking potential, so much of chances, but these back line and Malaysian players are just lucky, I would say, at this point. Because Schmeichel, crazy saves. That two centre backs, I don't know who they are, but they are just coming in our way for every second. You take a shot and that guy is just flying 30 meters in the air and blocking it. How is that even possible? It is not fair for the eTigers.
It's just not working out for the eTigers, I agree. It's been pretty unfortunate out here. And also looking at the players out up in front, all four of them technically, they're kind of tired.
Oh my god.
4-2-4? Alright, I'm fine with it. But you've got to have a picture-perfect defense to try and pull something like this off.
I'm down for it, to be honest, Saishnu, because
Go for it.
at this point we need a goal with desperation. All we are focusing is 4 on the backline, 2 on the midfielder, have a backline of 6, just hold the ball whenever it's chance for counter. And for the top 4, everybody inside the box. Go inside the box, that's the call we are giving them. Just be inside, take the shot. Wherever the rebound comes in, we should have at least 2 players sitting on the defender's backline all the time, and that's why that right winger who was an attacking center, playing an attacking midfielder role, is now brought to a secondary striker position. 3 strikers with a left wing is what we are running right now, and I think this could give us more opportunities inside the box. But the thing is, that distance that the DM and the striker have in between, how are we going to cover that? Because those long passes are not coming in our way.
But this time, finally, I'm seeing in the second half that Indians were able to win quite decent amount of headers out there. So maybe there could be an opportunity out here right now. Kilitsoy is going to be brought in as well. Malaysian side as well, changing a few things. Puskas out and Neymar is going to be brought in. So that's going to be interesting though. Interesting is this very shot though. Eventually going to be cleared up by India. Nice attempt from Malaysia from that corner, but man oh man, it is still not over.
We still have 15 minutes plus stoppage time. And scoreline is just 1-0. One goal deficit can be overturned. And now, a long ball. Yeah. Not for long. The ball has been intercepted, given back to Peter Schmeichel, who lobs it up in the air. And the ball is just bouncing left and right, but not going for the blue kick.
Oh my god.
And Upamecano yet again. That guy is missing easy tackles, and they are able to capitalize on that.
Oh, lovely
But now
chance. This
counter-attack.
would be the best opportunity. Being pushed in all the way forward for an attack, though. It's still stolen away from the defensive line. Unfortunate for India. They could not pick that one up. But that was such a beautiful counter-attacking chance.
The defender was just way too fast. Able to get on the back of it. The pass could have been more towards the wing to make it even better, but desperation is what we are suffering from. But now a header down inside the box. Take a touch, but these defenders are everywhere. Another clearance from the black kid.
Could be a counter chance, though, from the other side. As Malaysia, they're trying to play around with their players out right in the center. There should not be a goal. Couldn't control the ball out at the very last second out. Malaysia lost a opportunity to double up their lead right now. It's going to be yet again a ball being won by India. Last 4 minutes into the game. What a lovely pass this is. Extra touch. This should go in. The rebound comes in. And finally, the equalizer comes into play. And it's Cristiano Ronaldo, who missed a chance earlier on in this game, now finally converts it to bring it back.
Whenever we need a goal, it is CR7 always stepping up at the very right time. The formational change that we did with the 3 striker, just look at the number of players inside the box. We have 5 attacking players. Everybody on the back line, go, go, go is the call. VVD takes a touch, puts it down, takes a shot, blocked, rebound, CR7. A tap in to send the ball home, and this is what we needed. We have been trying everything possible from the past 90 minutes, and this was the chance that finally came our way. The eTigers can finally breathe in peace. The game is not over yet. You
Yeah.
need to defend for the next 5 minutes, I suppose. 3 minutes plus stoppage time. And yep, 3 minutes plus stoppage time will be the condition. And now the thing is, Son is being shifted here, will be replaced by someone else. Maybe Federico Valverde would be the guy should be coming in for the CMF role at this point. And yes,
Yeah.
he is in. And now we are going for a diamond. I love this. This is pure perfection. You are trying to hold the wingers. We are going centrally with the diamond. CMF on double sides, double pivot. 3 strikers up front with Bebeto as a secondary striker who will drop back a lot, play more like an attacking midfielder. Team India in the last 5 minutes could possibly win this game.
It could be a chance. I absolutely agree. Another tactical change is coming in. But again, it falls down to the same fact that you've got to hold that defensive line. You've got to make sure that the ball is not being passed through on that defense. It's not like it's entirely been an Indian game out here right now. Malaysians have also had a couple of chances previously. It is just fortunate that Buffon was able to keep it all the way out right now. So it's going to be the next few more minutes now of ball being kept right in. Oh, Malaysia, they're going to pick it up now. Passing it in the center. There's an opportunity to try and steal it away. A one-touch pass coming in towards the center right now. Over towards the line now. A perfect block coming in. Another chance from the Malaysians. Eventually stopped. It was Neymar with the ball, and you would not want this man anywhere near the box when he's got it.
The Malaysians are running a 4-3-3. So Neymar will always try to just cut inside, take a shot as a +4. A +4 is a hefty amount of time to just play defense. Maybe just clear up the ball, take it to the wing, and then play for the last attack. That has been a strategy used worldwide very commonly, where you just keep the ball in the final minutes and play around your players for at least 2 to 3 minutes and just drill the ball down. And Malaysians are actually doing that, lobbing the ball in. But now Team India, you don't have to lose the ball, you don't have to create a chance there, you just need to hold the ball. But now a cross comes in, VVT on the edge of it, clears it, and now the final attack on the way. A +4 is what was given by the refs. Last 10 seconds of the clock, the last ball to be kicked. Team India just hold the corner for a draw. Taking it short, Malaysians cross it inside, we cleared it away, and that is it for the draw. The eTigers have drawn the game against the table toppers Malaysians. A good game, a well fought game from both the teams, and Team India, they make sure that this time around we are not kneeling down. We make sure that we take at least 1 point from this matchup.
Beautiful performance, and you can clearly see the change in the play style, bringing in the change in the results instantly. A draw with the Malaysians out here, which you very rightly mentioned. They're one of the top few teams out here in the leaderboard, the top 3, if I'm really talking about it. Have not yet had a draw till now, but finally, this game is going to be a draw. It was either a win for Malaysians or it was a loss, and they won 6 games. So, yeah, it was seeming like a pretty difficult matchup for India. Even yesterday, it was a 3-1 scoreline, and finally, it's going to end at 1-1. Lovely play coming in.
Man, I love it from a tactical point of view. And thank you so much to Ibrahim to actually listening to me. And I love that guy. Because we all saw what Nico Williams was doing in the previous match against Bhutan. Those crosses, those runs were not up to the mark. Song Hyun Min came into the play. He was a tad bit slow, yes, not running down the wing. But with the ball on his feet, the magic he created were those 3 through balls and that perfect cross for CR7. That dipping ball which could have been our equalizer in the 60th minute.
Yeah.
Things could have changed by there. But the fortune was not in our side. CR7 was not able to get the ball on target. But that's all in the past. We needed a goal desperately, and CR7 was able to deliver it with a rebound. And for that, we actually delivered 5 players inside the box. 3 guys as strikers, 1 winger and 1 CM just running on the edge of it. We were so desperate to make a goal that we were like, okay, we will see whether defense happens or not, but we need a goal. Send everybody inside.
Yeah. And you know the funniest fact about that is you've got 4 strikers out there in the penalty box itself, and then there's Virgil van Dijk. For some reason, he's standing there, and he was the one who actually sent that assist down for that first shot to be taken, which eventually rebounded into the legs of Cristiano Ronaldo, and they eventually move forward with the scoring. So yeah, that's a pretty solid play coming in from the side of Virgil van Dijk as well. But On the other side of this entire spectrum, it's going to be India, who will be staying up in top 4 right now. 9 games played all across the board. Brunei, Darussalam. This is the exact start they also had yesterday. They lost a couple of games early on and then eventually moved forward with the next few games. This time they've also ended up in a draw. So it's not like they're very far behind. They're pretty close to India. Just 3 points away. One win and India losing one more game, that's going to set Myanmar up for success and maybe them moving forward in the top 4 itself. So it's still very close between these 3 teams.
That is so true. But also, if you look at the teams above us, Thailand, Malaysia, and Macau, they have already been qualified. 25 points for Thailand, Malaysia on 19, Macau on 19. So those 3 teams are just playing among themselves for the seeding perspective in the playoffs. Because in no world they are going to come down to the top 4 or bottom 4. Now the entire competition is between India, Myanmar, and Brunei, Darussalam. 13, 11, and 10 with respective points. It is going to be a close matchup, and our next game is against Brunei.
Yeah.
If we win this match, we are, I would say, 90% on the verge of qualification then.
I'd have to see as to how India will focus on this one game, because yeah, as you mentioned, we win this one game, we will most probably qualify, as long as we also keep the ball in control when Myanmar is against us. So as we have a look at the lineup of Brunei Darussalam, no changes out here. Rodhulit out, Patrick Vieira, Virgil van Dijk being kept in. While for the rest of the ones, you've got Lionel Messi, Johan Cruyff. We remember what this man was doing yesterday, and we absolutely hated it.
As an E-Tiger, you have to, cause Johan Cruyff, the type of crosses he was putting in from the left wing. Man was playing an attacking midfielder and just running down the wing, taking all the crosses inside, and they were picture perfect accurate. Just a perfect dipping ball, and we were not able to control them. Arzagula making a run from nowhere, giving Brunei the second goal advantage. But now our play style has changed a lot from yesterday. But how that match will go, we will definitely find that out after a very short break. बहुत प्यारा भाई. सही में भाई. और अच्छा खेल. Welcome back everyone to the FIFA E-Regional Qualifiers featuring eFootball console. We are back with the third game for the day and the Indians are in a thriving hotshot form. The first game against Bhutan was a victory for us. The second game against Malaysia ended up in a late equalizer draw. But now it is a team which defeated us yesterday, Brunei Darussalam. They are up against us and if we win this match, our chances of qualification will get even stronger.
That's exactly going to be the main focus right now, which you also mentioned. That we've got to make sure that we win this very match. Should be the case right now because we need to win this head-to-head, right? It's going to be sent back in right now. Oh, lovely opportunity. One extra touch. Takes the gap in.
Nah.
Oh, my God.
How are we missing those? This is so unfortunate. We won the ball, we stole the ball, and then CR7 take an extra touch, finish. Maybe not the perfect angle for the finish because the power shot could have done wonders on the far post. Especially if you hit with the right foot of CR7, that's a rocket he launches on the back of the net. Went for the finish with the weak foot, missing it, and as we rightly mentioned at the start of the day, it is 2 minutes 45 seconds. Then India has already taken the first shot.
Yeah, they always do that. They've got this right from the center itself, passing it back, then moving it all the way in, eventually putting it all in towards the center. Normally it's Cristiano Ronaldo with a header. This time he had an opportunity with that one steal, but it's absolutely fine. Right now we're trying to find Ronaldo out there to make sure that the ball goes onto his own head so that he can jump and put it inside the net. Should have one of the best athleticism out here right now. It's going to be still sent all the way out. Ball is going to be kept by the Indians. So there's another opportunity into the making. Sends it back in though. Buffon punches it out eventually into a Brunei's ball.
We won the ball back and now again inside the box could be a possibility to steal the ball, but yeah, we finally stole it. We are going good. Snice though should be able to take a pass against these last chance blocks from the CBs are getting a tad too much to deal with. And now Upamecano just giving the ball back to the goalkeeper. Something he should have done at least 90 minutes ago in the previous game, and we could have won that, but never mind. All in the past. But now again, launching the ball high up in the air. And Team India, they look reckless when it's come to attacking today.
At least in this game. Yeah, they've kind of been looking a little bit reckless. A little bit of impatience coming into the mix. You could clearly see that. Certain times when you want to keep the ball in for a few more seconds, they're getting impatient to pass it off. Oh, lovely through from Son.
Oh.
Was a nice opportunity though, but stolen away from the Brunei side.
Almost there, man. Yet again. Son was able to find Snyder, but then Snyder was not able to find CR7. Could have taken an extra chances, could have taken, but this game is a lot of could or should have. Because we are creating a lot more chances. We are always there, but now a good backheel pass. But Bastoni, they're able to steal it. And now the driven pass, a bit more ambitious to beat the defense. But he did a mistake and recovered. And now CR7 making a run. Should be a threaded through pass. And he's able to get on the edge of it. Just keeping the ball, using his body to take the time to make the pass. The support has arrived. And another cutback inside. CR7 on the edge of it. Take a power shot. And he misses the target by a mile.
You try finesse with
CR7.
Ronaldo. My God, you try power shot with Ronaldo. He's constantly putting it out right now. It's been the second chance in this game where India could have scored, but this is absolutely unfortunate.
This hurts, to be honest. Like, imagine me being a spectator right now. It is hurting me. What would be going on in our eTigers mind? Because these chances are so well orchestrated, so well created, it's just not going in. Getting another corner. This was a very tight angle, to be honest. A corner was definitely deserved there. But CR7 already taken 3 chances. Knocking on the door constantly. Wayne Rooney with a good cross. But the thing is, with CR7, we all know he might miss a few. Get some on target. But when his time will arrive, he will definitely give India the opening they need.
Shouldn't really been for a draw though. It should be for the lead. That's what I'd want. Specifically against this matchup. Now pulling the defender out. Only to open things up in the center. Another chance though. At the very last second, they just could not finish it. If I'm not wrong, it was the defender putting their leg in between.
Yeah, just nudging away the striker. Oh, bit unfortunate. Virgil van Dijk just set the ball perfectly with the cross, but now again a
lovely.
threaded through pass. This could have been another cross inside, but nah. VVD from the other end doing the same defensive duties as he's doing in the blue kit. Virgil van Dijk has been in phenomenal form.
It's been a nice back and forth coming though. Most of it has been Indian attack. Right now, Brunei finally getting their first chance. That header could have been dangerous, but it's absolutely fine. It's going to be sent back in. A chance being created now, right in the center. You've got a player running in on towards that wing though. It's going to be passed over towards the right. That's where the main players are, and I really feel like this should have been an attack from the left wing. There could have been an opportunity to score a goal.
That is so true, but the thing is, we don't have a right winger. We have two strikers and an attacking mid on the right, so the attacking mid gets to the center of the pitch a lot more. And that's why the right flank is not the one where we can just pass or recycle the ball around. And that is definitely causing India a lot more problems, because whenever it comes to the attacking final third, the right wing space is completely empty. There is no attacking threat. And then the teams are able to just regroup in the mid. We are not able to stretch the back line.
Yeah, that's something India really needs to work with. Because on the other side, you can clearly see Ruud Gullit over towards the left. He hasn't really received the ball right now. But once he does, it's going to be disastrous for India, as we saw even yesterday. Cristiano should be winning that header now over towards the left. And that's where Son is going to be a pass being made though, but overly ambitious out there. If I'm not wrong, Rooney couldn't really catch up onto it. So it's going to be a Brunei ball, instantly stolen away by the Indian side, passed in the center. It was very ambitious. The centre backs were able to steal it away, and now an opportunity for Brunei on that wing. But I really love the way how Brunei are recycling their ball constantly.
That is so true. Because if you look at it, they are not running a 3CB formation, I believe. Their right back is going up ahead. Yeah, no, that is the third centre back. He's falling back a lot more. And now Snyder, just get the ball back. Oh, losing it very cheaply there. And now Ruud Gullit on the edge of it. We need to steal the ball away, because this guy just dribbling around, finding the third passing, but the clock has ticked down. And end of the first half, and all attack from our eTigers. No true threat from the Brunei players. But the thing is, the scores are still on level terms. No goal as of now.
India needs to win this one, because if you overall look at both the games coming in, Brunei have won one. India has not won any game. So even if it ends in a draw, that would still help.
Yes.
Or rather, it's still going to be an advantage for Brunei. And you mentioned about Son Heung-min being on that left attacking midfield position, but this time now he's going to be put back in as more in that attacking place. Yeah, so I'm really liking this idea from India in towards that attack. Again, it creates some opening in the mid, but since we were able to manage it against Malaysia in the previous game, I think so it should be good for this one as well.
That is so true. Because now with Son being on the central position a bit more, although he is placed on the right hand side, but since he's a second striker, he will just be behind that 6-yard box. And that is what I'm looking for now. Because if Son is behind that 6-yard box, if he receives a rebound or a cutback pass from CR7 or Snyder or Rooney, a finesse is just definitely flying in. Because Son's long range shots are a thing of beauty. The curve that guy can generate is crazy. I'm a big fan of that card. But now, if we look at the other team, 5-2-1-2 is what they are playing. And that's why I was wondering where they have the third centre back or not. Because their left back was definitely pushing forward, but they still had the third CB. Because they are running a 5 back, and a 5-2-1-2 is a pretty solid formation, to be honest, in eFootball. Because with the amount of central players you have and then the amount of wing backs you can generate for the width, it is humongous. And I'm loving the idea from Brunei at this point.
And to be honest, India now bringing Son back into the same default position which he was in of the attacking midfield. This is going to put him a little bit more centralized rather than on that wing. So we'll have to see how that kind of works out, right? Because it's almost the same thing with Son moving in the center a little bit more to provide some more passing lanes to the team, because we're constantly seeing India pass from the mid towards Cristiano Ronaldo, who's constantly playing in the center, which is being intercepted by that 5 defense line, right? So Son being there, he's just going to provide one more extra angle right now, but Brunei are the ones who are actually finding those angles. Finally blocked in. Good defense coming in from India. They've also got an opportunity right now from that left. Son controlling it, will move it all the way towards that right wing right now, but still it's going to be stolen away, even though the header was won.
That is so true, but Saishinu, let me tell you one thing. What Team India is doing right now, we are just going counter formation for a 5-2-1-2. We are sending players down mid right now. And yes, the counter is on the way across! Almost yet again! With so many red jerseys inside the box, it is difficult to find something. And we are struggling with that. But the thing is, we are able to take the ball really, really close. And at this point, I believe long-range efforts should be barged in. Because you cannot beat a backline of 8, I suppose. Because Brunei are actually doing that. There are so many players sitting inside, like there is not a centimeter of space for our strikers to take the ball and take it a shot. But now, Brunei take a shot, but man. Again, too many players to deal with.
3 players constantly on that defense line is what Brunei is running with. And I like the mention which you just said right now. I remember there was the situation which Real encountered, right, when they had to make a comeback in the UCL. If you remember, because you were the one who told me this story itself. It was a 5 defense line from the other team. But right now, it's going to be sent back in. And this could be another opportunity. Maybe an extra pass out, an attempt to try and make that shot. But finally, Brunei, it's going to be stealing it away all the way back into the Indian footing. An opportunity right in the center. But Brunei is not letting it through. It's still India right outside the box. Not really landing in our feet. So it's going to be sent back. And I want to bring the conversation back onto that Real game. The one in which Cristiano Ronaldo, all he had to do was constantly put the headers in from the wings with the crosses.
I think that has to be the game plan at this point, because there are too many players. I don't really think that you can pass an extra ball inside the box, like make an extra pass inside the box, but long range effort should be the way. Like we saw Son Heung-min on the edge of the box, but instead of passing it to his nearby players for a power shot from a long range effort, he tried to go inside, and that is what causing the eTigers any opportunity. Because inside the box, it is cluttered. And between the chaos, we found a rebound ball, and now a Trivela pass. CR7 must be offside, and yeah, he is.
Offside. Yeah, it's an off. Only for a second. If he would have passed it a little bit earlier, maybe this could have been an opportunity. Maybe right in the goal. But it's still 65 minutes into the game. Brunei. This was the game where they found their first victory yesterday as well, and then kept on going in for 3 game wins. If India can stop that from happening, maybe this could be another chance right here, right now. A through ball coming in. Cristiano should win that header over towards the left, but again, Son not that fast enough. Almost trying to steal it away. This could have been a chance. But yet again, we've been talking about coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's not really something that's happening. India, you've got to defend. Brunei coming in. Rodhulet eventually tackled up. India is playing beautifully, but finally, we're seeing ball move in a bit more towards the right side of this pitch. Brunei are controlling it a little bit more than what the Blue Boys have been trying for.
That is so true. But the thing is now that they are not able to hold the ball for long, and first shot from Brunei, and what a chance from Johan Cruyff. Because on the edge of the box, this was a really, really brilliant effort, and this is what Team India also needs at this point. Some first shots, or maybe something of that part. Although a corner has been conceded, Brunei has a lot more possession, but a lot less chances. But now it's time to make the substitutes. This 4-2-4 is definitely not working in our way against a 5-2-1-2. The width, the middle pitch of presence, everything is going in Brunei's favor. There are a lot more players inside the box to deal with.
I think so. This is one of the big reasons why we are seeing Hidetoshi Nakata being brought in as well, right? Because if you really think about it, normally we change Wayne Rooney for Bebeto and then move forward with the same kind of attacking strategy which we wanted, right? Running the ball around in the penalty area, maybe going in for an extra pass. You don't have that opportunity right now. And I think so the height of Hidetoshi Nakata might actually favor us in that scenario.
would be a thing, but also at the same time, I'm not sure if we are actually going for that play, like the heading down, because long range efforts is what I want to see. Finesses is what we were talking about yesterday. Finesse is what I want to see right now. Although we have brought OG player back, Nico Williams is back on the left wing side, and maybe his pace, especially against the tired defense of Brunei, it can work out now. Because generally, when everyone is fresh, the speed of the players does not matter much. But in the second half, when the defensive backline is tired a bit, when the stamina has depleted, a fast winger can make wonders.
I really think so. That could be the case as well right now. Even on the other side, there's going to be a few more changes. It's going to
4
be...
for 2.
I was just about to say it's a 4-4-2 coming in from the side of India. So you'll have a lot more chances in that attack right now. But the first and foremost thing is that you need to hold this defense down. You need to make sure you've got a lot of people in to make sure there's no header going right in the box. And perfectly played as well. Is it going to be taken by India? No, it's still going to be Brunei's ball. They're constantly holding it down. Defense, yeah, it's being done properly though finally. Lovely cut coming in, a Trivela pass into the header from India. It's going to be cleared up for now, and lovely steal as well. Now this is the counter chance we've been looking for. An opportunity in the wing as well. It's going to be passed in the center, though stolen away from Brunei. There was a lot of support coming in. You can finally see the men in blue jersey moving all the way up, and a lovely tackle. Beautiful one. This could be the best chance ever for India has had in this game as it passed in, though. Still going to be stopped in from Buffon. It is not going in the net.
Oh, that pass as well after the rebound. 3v2 with the backline, but we have just made a blunderous of a movement. CR7 not on the right spot. Strikers just going left and right. Just taking an extra touch would have solved a lot more problems, but it is not just coming in a way, and it looks like a game where, again, chances created 100, scored none. And this is not good for our scoreboard, because the thing is 11, 13, 12 is what the 4th, 5th, 6th spots looks like, and we need 3 points from this game
whatsoever in any scenario. But right now, with constantly seeing the kind of attack Brunei is doing, I really hope that it ends up in a draw, because it's been constant movements now. Brunei has taken 3 to 4 shots, but hold on a second. This could be an opportunity. Another one, another chance being created. Passed all the way back towards the left. Another pass in the center. But that's exactly what was anticipated. A lovely clearance that almost came in from the other side. Will be held in by the Indian side. That was a nice block onto that clearance, I'd have to say. Another chance on this header. Maybe this could work. You've got Cristiano Ronaldo in. You've got Hidetoshi Nakata, who will maybe move the ball around a little bit more. Still in the feed. The shot being made, but it still goes wide.
another corner. But the thing is, again, composure is what we are lacking. We need that composure in the final third. You just cannot go for a cross every time you are just being hopium on that regard, just being overly excited for a cross. Because the thing is, there is a lot more passes option available. But at this point, nothing is working out. Although, we have given one more player for the attacking side now, going all out in the final 2 minutes plus stoppage time.
Yeah.
Adding more player for the attack means a defender would be charging inside the box as well. So, making the defensive line a bit thinner. But that is a high risk with a high reward.
We're putting all the eggs in this one basket right now. This corner is going in the center. We absolutely know it. But how well is it gonna pan out? That's gonna be the main name of the game. You've got Virgil van Dijk as well for those headers. You've got Cristiano Ronaldo on here to try and put it all in. Some long, beefy players with a good athleticism. There's been some substitutions on the other side as well. Hakimi being brought in, so you're gonna see a lot more movement coming in from those sides of the pitches. DeMarco. It's going to be a short corner this time. Taken. It's going to be passed all the way back. 88 minute into the game. They tried to send it in, though. It's going to be a throw in for India. Open players. Should be the one on the right side. They're still holding it down. Can it be an actual throw in right into the center of the box?
Looks like the case. And yeah, it is going for that. But what is that pass?
Blunder. Big blunder.
3
Pull it.
minutes. Pull it. Oh, he's running on the edge of it, although he has been covered by Upamecano. A big sigh of relief there, but now a perfect ball. CR7 on the edge of it. This is the best opportunity. Cut back inside, but he loses the mark and loses the ball as well. And the player is just falling left and right. This was a God's given opportunity, but we just missed that out. And now the final ball is bouncing around, and we end up in a draw against Brunei Darussalam. A must-win matchup ends up in a draw yet again. So many chances created, so less of a result in the favor.
A sprinting touch at the very end. That was the mistake, and this is the exact same discussion we were having in the break as well, Spardas, that when you're right outside the box, you've got to make sure you don't sprint touch, because that is a mistake that can never be controlled. And
It's
India
not good at all, man.
missing
The
out
amount
on
of
that
chances. Saishnu, the thing is, it was the final 1v1. CR7 could have just driven inside the box, taken a near post shot, maybe just hold back and then cut back inside, but we scuffed that chance so much. It was a clear-cut opportunity, and man, that hurts.
It
Two
does.
games where we could have been victorious, where we could have at least taken 6 points home. We already have 2. And now the thing is, when it comes to head-to-head, Brunei has won 1 match and drew 1. If the score are being tied up for the top 4, Brunei will have an upper hand on us.
True. Have to wait and see how that next few games are going to pan out, right? Because, yeah, this one ends in a draw. I'd have to say one big improvement coming in for Team India is that yesterday both of these matches were a loss. So we're already doing a lot better in that terms, that we are not really falling behind. And this still is a chance where we can eventually make a big comeback and maybe we can stay up in the top 4 itself, right? Because Brunei and India had the exact same score. The big difference right now is that Brunei won this game last time and India lost 2 back-to-back games. Both of them have been draws. So I think so it's not going to fall down in a situation where it will be a tiebreaker, or rather the teams with ending up at the exact same points. I think so India will still have a little bit of extra points given the circumstance that we win the next few games. Thailand one is going to be super difficult, man. I have no clue what's going to happen in that game. I don't really want to say anything, but the ones after that, against Guam, against Myanmar, and then against Macau, those are going to be the games which I will eye out more.
And see, I'm just doing maths in my mind right now, because the next game against Thailand is something I'm not sure what will be the result. But then the upcoming games, we can take away 9 points from them and then maybe cross that 20 points marker.
Yeah.
And 20 points should be enough for a threshold. But its chances of Team India playing the playoffs are so high, because at the minimum we are able to secure 2 draws back to back. And as you rightly mentioned, both of these games were a loss for us yesterday. So by look of things, we are in control a bit, but I just want these players to have a deep breathe, have some cold ice water or something, because we are lacking composure in the final third. We are just airing the ball left, right and center and hoping that CR7 will find the header. When
Probably.
a chance, if taken on a near foot, taken an extra touch, taken an extra second there, you will be able to find a cutback inside the box and you will be able to score that.
I absolutely agree. Even that very last chance on Cristiano Ronaldo, which you very well mentioned about it right now as well, right? These are the kind of chances we can't really miss out. And these are those kind of openers which you really need. And one goal makes a difference in the game, which has been going 0-0 for the past 70 to 80 minutes. I think so. There's still an opportunity for India to try and move, and not just in top 4 up, maybe up in the top 3 as well, with the way how things have been going on. But you've got to make sure that this one match is going to be a fully focused one. You can't make those mistakes, because Virgil van Dijk, Patrick Vieira, Jean Collar, these are the players that you'll have to deal with, along with Rafael Leao and Luis Figo.
This is definitely a tough matchup, and irrespective of the draft that Thailand are running, the way Thailand plays is what makes them a very, very difficult opponent.
Yeah.
Rafael Leao, Luis Figo, Kolomwani. We have seen all these players yesterday. I think Amrabat was the one who was making chaos as well down mid, since he's a very beefy type of centre mid and very
Yeah.
physical. So things would be different. And even Jean Collard, when he came as a substitute, he was able to score some good goals.
True.
The game against Thailand, if we end up with a draw, it is a perfect condition for us. Because Malaysia and Thailand are the top two teams, and if we are getting draws against the top two teams, our qualification chances gets even more stronger.
Yeah, that's one of the most important things right now, because Brunei will also have a couple of tough matches up their sleeves as well. So until and unless they turn a few things around from the losses of yesterday, maybe it could be changed up. So I'll have to wait and see how that one eventually pans out. As right now we're going to be moving on to a very short little break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. On the other side of the break, India versus Thailand.
Welcome back everyone to yet another matchup of the FIFA E World Cup Regional Qualifier featuring eFootball console. It is time for yet another matchup where Team India face the table leaders, Thailand. Yesterday, we had a thrashing defeat against them, a 5-0 to be precise, but now we are going up against them in a very hotshot form, but keeping in mind that the players have changed. In the previous 3 games, it was Ibrahim and Mahi who were playing all those matches, but now they have been given a break, and Chinmay and Abhi has taken their place.
I kind of like this idea as well, giving a chance to the new young lads as maybe they can eventually make something happen out here. So it's going to change a few things up out on the other side. And I think so there's been a few changes out in the formation as well coming in for both of these players out here. If you really think about it, I can clearly see 4 to 5 members playing all the way in the far back fray. Right? Still 3 centre back out here in the mid though. Ball being passed in, the rebound not collected. It was an opportunity for Thailand, but still it goes in, and what a save coming in at the very last second from the keeper. Rafael Liao pushing it all the way in for that early attack, and then another opportunity coming in. This could have been a goal if not for the keeper.
Oh man. Also, just to state the blue, Team India are playing in the orange, or you can say the peach color kit at this point. So that is something you need to make sure that you are watching it right, because the blue kit is not ours. We are in the away kit as of now, and in this away kit I've not seen Team India play a lot. Let's see if that kit change can change our fate in this game or not, because again, the initial 10 minutes Thailand have been pretty much dominant, but we had made sure that we don't concede early.
It's going to be a bit of confusion out here in the player switching though, but passing angles being cut off from the boys, so I do like the idea of that. I still remember Thailand having a full control of the game right from the first minute of the mark, and I like where this defense line is constantly standing though, but again, they're being very hopeful in terms of these passes, or rather I'd have to say in terms of these clearances. I think so they need to show a little bit more confidence to control the ball for a few more seconds, so that some players would eventually be able to move up in front. Right now, Thailand, they're the ones who are controlling it, passing it over towards the left wing, send it back into the center, and it's going to be collected back by India. Another chance though, it's going to be back in the ball, in rather the legs of Thailand, so they're controlling it, a pass in the center of the box, another clearance coming in, and I think so we're just rinsing and repeating for the first 20 minutes of the game.
And that is good. To be honest, you have to treat every game with a different objective. Team India's objective in this game is not to concede early and make sure that Thailand are just kept at bay. You have to just get one single point from this game. If this game ends up in a draw, it is a win-win situation for Team India. And for that, we have to play deep, we have to play it smart, and that is what we are doing. Because just look at this. 9 players inside the box at a point of time. CR7 wins the header and now just keeps the ball, and now again long pass, but we can just do better than that. We can just hold the ball even longer, kill the clock as much as possible, take the game slow, kill the momentum, make sure that the Thailand player does not see the ball enough, and then they make the mistakes which we'll be able to capitalize and make sure that the opening goal is scored by us.
Exactly my point as well. I don't really mind that defense constantly, but yeah, holding the ball for a few extra seconds to create some more opportunities for the passing instead of relying in on that hopium of the lob pass onto Ronaldo. That's something that I want to see a little bit more from the Indian boys. Otherwise, it just seems like a practice session for the Thailand to try and practice their attacking cues. And sooner or later, they will finally find an opening. They will finally find a breakthrough coming in. Another lucky tackle coming in, or rather a skillful tackle, I'd have to say. Chasing the player down, even though there was a ball roll coming in, you knew that the shot was in, but it will be stopped. Still going back and forth. India not really able to win out onto this game, and I think so it's been played in the half pitch at this point.
It is crazy the way we are playing. Like seeing India in the past 3 games and then seeing this type of play style, it is a day and night difference there. Although this is something that we need at this point, but also a bit more possession and extra passes won't harm us. But the thing is, we are not able to hold the ball, and
oh,
a
lovely.
few seconds ago we saw something different, but now it is time for Team India to break through. This can be converted into a goal, a near post attempt, but straight to the keeper. But now a rebound, collected, pass, received, turn, arrived, And now a long chase shot, but again straight at the face of the goalkeeper. And Gigi Buffon will save it in his dreams. Patrick Vieira had a very ambitious attempt, a well-deserved attempt, but the target was straight Gigi Buffon. But the fact that the previous opportunity, that the counter-attack that we had, we could have scored that, we could have taken the lead. It was a blunderous movement from Thailand and we are just not able to capitalize.
Oh my god, 76% possession coming in for Thailand. And the first attempt that India eventually gets, now Thailand are in the back feet. It's going to be sent back in for another presumptuous header. Another try! Oh my goodness gracious! What a score coming in! Stanisic is the man who finally opens things up for India. Man, you can't have me thinking that or seeing that. That is absolutely insane. Something that we couldn't do yesterday is what we pulled in today.
I just love it, the way we are playing right now. The thing is, we have kept Thailand at bay and now just this cross, intercepted, ball tried to cross, and the mistakes that were happening yesterday from the Indian defenders. We just saw Upamecano miss a ball and then conceding goal. Similar fate was written on Thailand's player, because Gigi Buffon, he's trying to collect the ball, but then Patrick Vieira comes in front of his face. The ball is in no man's land, and then orange kid just sneaks past the defense and open net to send the ball home. And it is the eTigers that have taken the lead against the mighty Thailand.
Oh my goodness. Are we going to go for even more defensive strategy now at this point to try and stop everything from Thailand and make sure that the scoreline is 1-0? That's going to be something we'll have to watch. And
I would not mind that. Until we are winning it's good. 3 points against Thailand, perfect. 5-4-1, man. This, like, if I break down that formation,
go for it.
5-4-1 is used in the last 15 minutes because everybody knows that you cannot do anything with that. All you are doing is 3 players inside the box, 2 left back or your wing backs just covering the center backs, your left mid and right mid just falling back to cover your center mids, and everybody just sitting around the 6-yard area to make sure that no attacker has an inch of space to move around.
Yeah.
Only long range efforts can be taken, and the way Thailand plays, they don't rely on long range efforts. So this defensive tacticality by the Indian players looks pretty good and very much effective.
It seems like it's a one and done strategy, and that too, it will work only against Thailand, because this is the team who eventually pulls yeah, it's a massive off, man. You could see it coming from 5 miles away. So coming back onto the holy smokes. So here's the thing.
The right back was keeping it on.
Yeah, it could have been a chance again right now. And I think so Thailand will now have to play a little bit more safe out here, because they know that these kind of counters are the chances they can't really give to India.
That is true, but again, another cross there. And long range efforts, this is just perfect. We are letting Thailand make the cross and we have 6 players sitting inside the box. You are not winning that. But now a long range cross, not with enough power, but that ends the first half. Stanisic making his debut for the eTigers and making the goal happen. This is what we need, and to be honest, despite the fact we just have 27% possession, we have more shots than Thailand.
That's a big thing, because it's constantly on those counter attacks as well, right? And for Thailand, we haven't really given them any opportunities to take those shots. It seems like these two boys are specialized in terms of the defensive play. And I really like their coordination in defense as well, because if one of them misses up a player, the other one instantly changes their own position up to make sure that they're helping out and covering up the spaces that were left open. So there are no more chances out here for Thailand. And I think so there's one big way which they can eventually counter this style, and that is to run the ball down in the wing and send it all in for the crosses, so that you can rely on the headers of Sorloth.
Yes.
That is something which Thailand can do, and I would really want to see them doing it as well. I know I'm being a very diplomatic man out here. I really don't want them to pull that kind of stuff off, but knowing how Thailand plays, you know it's going to be coming in sooner or later.
It is, but the thing is, against Sorloth, you will have Bastoni, Van Dijk and Upamecano breathing under his neck. 3 CBs are inside the box. It's not a right back turned into a centre back. It is 3 centre backs inside the 6-yard area. They are a back line, a break fall in front of the keeper.
True.
So that is something makes a header even more difficult to deal with. Although Sorloth has been substituted for Jean Collet, another similar bulky, tall striker. The playstyle will remain the same, and Thailand with a 4-4-2, they are trying to build something up, but then just look at the amount of players who are running behind the ball. The winger has been marked well, but Thailand still take a shot. But the thing is, Rafa Liao will not get a clear sight of the goal because he has been marked and tracked by the central back as well. A good cross though, a good cut back inside, and Rafa Liao near post, but Gigi Buffon is always there to make a save.
Should have been a chance out there for Thailand right now. This could have been the equalizer. But yeah, I agree right now with the way how this entire defense line is. I agree. You've got all the players being marked up over in the edge. So we'll have to see if Thailand can eventually break through this one. It's going to be a close cross. Sent back in, pass eventually blocked. Oh my god, 7 to 8 men out there in the box itself.
Wow.
What a pass being brought in by the Indian side. It's going to be sent back over towards the left wing now. A cross coming in all the way towards the other side. But yeah, it's not got enough power. They wanted to go in towards the right wing right now, but there's an opportunity for Thailand. A shot cancel coming in and over! In a finesse from the edge of the box coming in from Rafael Liao. A lovely shot coming in to equalize the scoreline by Thailand. And they finally open things up in style.
I told you, 5-for-1, it is just prone to one type of attack, and that are the long range efforts. And these long range efforts are not a typical play style that Thailand runs, but adaptability is the name of the game.
Yeah.
And this is what they have done. Take a first shot, cut inside, left foot, drill it home. Good finesse, nobody in the way. A good strike from Rafael Liao yet again. A powerful one indeed. And the position of the shot was even better. Thailand, they make the scoreline equalize yet again. 50 minutes into the game, 5 minutes into the second half, and the score have been tied.
The question is India still going to run with the exact same style? It has given them a proper amount of success in the first half. Yes, in the second, there's an answer back from the other side, which was inevitable, knowing the way how Thailand normally plays. But it's going to fall back down over towards the same questions right now. Sent in back home. Thailand again onto the attack. Sends in over towards the left. An opener. And this is not just one, but the second one drilled in the back of the net. And it's Collar this time around to do the same thing that Rafael Liao did. Not even 5 minutes ago, but rather 3 minutes ago. And a massive loophole in the defense, which is now being exploited by Thailand.
I'm not sure what the players are doing on the eTigers side. You have a 5-for-1. Why are you just lobbing the ball away every time you receive it? But then just crossing it away inside the box, giving a lot more opportunities. And then Jean Collar, near post attempt, a powerful strike. Good squad selection, I would say, from the side of Thailand as well, because the type of players they are running. Jean Collar, a pretty powerful striker. We have seen the long range efforts he's able to bring in. But all in all, Thailand, who were trailing in the first half by a mistake from their goalkeeper, are now back in the game and committed action. And Team India just don't want to touch the ball, I believe. They are just kicking the ball left, right and center and just hoping that Thailand does not score. I'm not sure if that's going to work out at all.
It's going to be these kinds of tackles which they were making last time. In the first half specifically. That will have to work for the Indian side. Nice sliding coming into the play as well. But again, pass this time kept in for a second longer. Was intercepted though, through. Not really going in through. Will be taken off by the Thailand side. Still back and forth right now. At least the ball is not really inside the penalty area of India. So it's still going to be moved around a little bit more on the other side. But the longer Thailand has the ball, the more deadly it becomes. As right now they're going to try and make another shot in. It was a lovely block coming in from the other side. Clearance as well, but the header not really being won. Force themselves to defend one more time.
Oh man. When you play a defensive formation, you have to make sure that you don't give away the ball cheaply. And Team India is just playing and doing opposite of that. Kicking the ball every time, and now again another lob pass will make its way. Hoping that CR7 will win the ball, and with this type of passes, he is definitely not going to win that. You are just not keeping the ball enough to apply pressure on Thailand. This is just a game of hope right now from the eTigers, and this is not looking good. Because we were in the control of the game, and now that control has completely shifted towards the blue jersey.
Yeah. They're making sure that they take their own sweet time as well. And the desperation that they had to try and equalize the scoreline previously, we can't really see that. And on the back of it now, they're controlling ball a little bit more. They know that Indians will come for the tackle. And look at that. Just pulling the ball back for another second though. This time, India finally stole it away. But another pass which was intercepted from the other side. It's Thailand to try and make sure that they eventually go for the score. Another ambitious attempt. They're not moving the ball around in the defense whatsoever. Finally, a chance right now being made, grabbed up, wing open. You've got a player running in the center, but you had the defender covering that passing lane. Still, India tried to go for that one, and this is a lovely opportunity. The header missed up though, and on the rebound, clearance comes in, but it still is in favor of Thailand.
Holding on to the ball, 76 minutes, 15 minutes plus stoppage time that remains. And that stoppage time, can Team India try to drill a goal? But the thing is, I am really not hopeful of that at this point, because it is just Team Thailand that building a reckless number of attempts. This team definitely knows how to do the beating against teams that play defensive. The tactical formation has been completely dealt with. They are running a 4-4-2 against a 5-4-1, and they are still finding success. Despite the fact we have so many players on the edge of the pitch to control the passing lanes, but Thailand somehow still able to find those players and still able to get the ball to the final strikers.
They realize that Indians are actually going actively for those kinds of tackles and shutting down those lanes. So they're just not doing anything. They're keeping the ball for one more extra second, moving it a little bit more back so that India eventually overcommit onto that tackle and then go for a normal skill move to try and cut through the defender. And keeping that ball a little bit closer to your player has helped out the side of Thailand a lot more than you'd really want. Finally, this defensive formation is being changed a little bit. Federico Valverde, he will be subbed out for Nico Williams, and on the other side, Dumfries. I think so he'll also be pulled out, or rather, he was moved a little bit more wide and a little bit more up.
Yeah, a right mid forward now.
Yeah.
Maybe he's trying to build up the attack. Yeah, going centrally now. A 5-2-3 will be our way to go in the final 15 minutes. Hoping to get a goal. I'm guessing Romario should be the one who can come into the picture, but Luka is the one we are going with. Let's see if Luka has enough potential in him to score the goals, because we have seen Romario yesterday make some crazy skill moves and that finish to the left goal, giving India the lead. But right now, the responsibility is given to Luka to make sure we reach that equalizer.
And it's changed it they've kind of changed it even more further out here right now. He was a little bit wide out, but this time he's going to be moving all the way up with Cristiano Ronaldo up in front to try and provide some extra bit of support so that Ronaldo, with the headers that he's actually winning, there would be someone to try and collect it at least. But we'll have to wait and see if that strategy kind of works out right now, as the ball is still being controlled by Thailand.
Let's see. A long throw in inside the box. Upamecano touches the ball, takes it away, but the passing lane has been completely compromised. Thailand, they are so good with keeping the ball. Recycling it from left, right and center. Another cross drilled inside has been cleared. But now 81 minutes up, 10 minutes remaining. The formational change has to come its way. A striker has been found. A long pass has been given away and the header has been lost. Thailand, they regain the position.
Thailand, lovely idea onto that. Couple of extra passes. They knew what India were going to make. And alright, both the players missing out that header. Should be going in for a throw-in for India. But it's absolutely fine. Not a lot of possession being kept. Not a lot of passes being completed. But scoreline still kept in check. A 2-1 right now. Not going to impact a lot into the goal difference as well. And secondly, it is also going to be a scenario where, oh my goodness, you could have thrown it to the player on the left side as well. Oh, it's going to be passed all the way in.
Both the players are doing at this point, because Chinmay and Abhi, you got to do better than that, especially when it comes to throw in. You have to take it short and fast so that it does not get intercepted, but just hoping to get someone in the mid, hoping that he wins the header, and a lot more hopes is what you are relying on. Not gonna work out, to be honest. And at this point, changing one more stuff, the midfield is completely empty. A very crazy style of play coming into the play. into the mix. And yeah, player 1 on attack and to VVD and Upamecano. They will be giving the attacking support. Team India are going all in attack now. We will see just 2 players staying back and rest everybody pushing up forward, especially with those centre backs. Throw in on the left, maybe would have been easier, but they are going for a long one inside the box. Miss, take the shot.
Ah,
Heavy touch.
big mistake coming in. You wanted that one touch to be perfect, and now it's a counter attack. In an attempt to equalize the odds, they were almost further away from them. But Buffon called in aggressively at the perfect time. You've still got 3 more minutes now to work in. Maybe India can try and equalize that scoreline. Just one more attack needed right now. But Thailand, they're kind of doing the exact same thing. They're clearing the ball out perfectly. They're making sure that India does not get that equalizer. Even if it's not a 5-0, it's still a 2-1. A loss is going to be disastrous for us. And we are making sure that we are at least getting that win. Oh my goodness, not something like this. Something that we saw yesterday is happening again. We're missing out on the ball.
Wow.
A move coming in, but eventually kept outside by Buffon. It's still not over.
Finesse, and they have drilled it home. A mistake on the back lines yet again. A scoreline which could have ended in a 2-1. It is now 3-1 in the favor of the blue mighty Thailand. Because at this point, this is not about the defeat. This is about the -2 goal differential that we are going to receive from this match. Could have been a -1, but a -2 will hurt a lot more. The games which could have been in our control is not looking good. Thailand, they will emerge out victorious with a +2 GD on their favor. And Team India, they suffer another loss.
A big one as well. Where a chance that you had to try and clinch a victory in this game. The 5-4-1 formation. Where Thailand gifted you an opportunity to score that goal and take it home. Extra mistakes being committed from the side of India, and then Thailand capitalizing on that in the 51st and 54th minute, and then 90 plus 5. Big mistakes. You know, it actually hurts in a scenario where you see that you could not have won the game, but when you know you could have, and after that you throw the ball in, that hurts a lot.
Especially the way Thailand was giving us the chances to score. The thing is, Team India looked like we are very phobic to holding the ball. Because the thing
Yeah.
is, whenever there was the opportunity to find a pass on the left hand side to the right hand side, go ahead, slowly dribble out, keep possession, 1-2 with your back line.
Yeah.
All we did was lob the ball ahead and find CR7. And 4 players marking CR7, he is not going to win that header. The issue with that type of play style is that you are giving Thailand a lot more ball, and the team that can control the ball 75% of the time will eventually end up scoring more goals than you. And Team India need to realize that. Especially the way Chinmay and Abhi were playing. They need to up their game a lot.
It seems like it was a clear-cut idea that fully defend the entire attacking side of Thailand. And there was a one-dimensional defensive idea where whenever the ball is being moved in, you cut out the passing lanes. You've got a lot of players in the defense. You try and stop their attack at every single moment. But again, if your defense line is pretty deep, that leaves room open out for the long-range attacks, which you mentioned about, right? And in the second half itself, Thailand had a discussion in the break that after the halftime that, all right, they're not giving us space inside the box. We can't really do anything. So you know what? Let's take the shot from right at the edge of the box. And that's where things started to kick things off, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, these are something, some important points which you have to adjust on the fly, which you have to adapt through with on the fly. You can't really sit and prep for it for a long time.
Yes.
And I think so that's where India needs to try and work on.
A lot more. The composure levels and the passing game has to be up for especially these 2 players. Because initial games, Ibrahim and Mahendra, they were showing some good class of pass. But the thing is, we swapped the duo. We wanted to give them a break. We wanted these 2 lads come into the play. But then, again, we had a lot more things going on rather than just clearing the ball. And it was a game which we wanted to end up in a draw. We ended up in a defeat. But what hurts more is the thing that we rightly mentioned earlier. We were in an advantage when the first half ended. So that thing will hurt a lot because it could have been a possibility where we just tied things up. But hey, all things in past. And now it is time for the last 3 games of the day.
That's when India normally gets that buff out here. So it is going to be a big focus out here from now as to how they're going to play. India versus Guam, and who are actually going to play. That's the main focus. Will it be still Chinmay and Abhi, or will we see the change back again? Maybe we're going to see Mahi and Ibrahim go back into the flow, kick at it, and see how it eventually goes out from there. Because last time, yeah, it was a 5-0 scoreline of India and Guam. This time around, if we do that, there's going to be a big chance that we will be at least in the positive goal differential. So that is at
That is
least
true.
one sign of breathing room.
That is so much required as well, because the scoreline, the number of points we have, it looks like we will end up in a tie with the fourth and the fifth spot. And if you are end up in a tie, head to head will be coming into the equation, and after head to head is won by us, then the goal differential. So goal differences have to be considered a lot, since the 4, 5, 6 points table battle is still going on.
Yeah.
Guam, a squad where we have clinched an easy victory, things look very different. But now, with that defeat against Thailand, India has toppled down to the fifth spot. 11 matches played overall, 4 wins for Myanmar. They have drawn 1 extra match, and we have lost 1 extra match. So that's where the difference is coming. So by look of things and by the mathematical calculations we can do, India and Myanmar could be a defining factor about the winner that can take things ahead. But also, the upcoming games against Macau and Guam, if we end up winning them, things can go in our favor.
Macau, yeah, it's going to be difficult, but since yesterday we were able to almost get a draw out there, it was constantly back and forth coming in, but still there was an opportunity for us to try and win that one game out. If we are able to pull something like that off even today, yeah, I think so. This could be a very nice opportunity. The big thing about Thailand is big thing about Myanmar is that they are yet to play against Thailand. So that is something where we can, at least for right now, say that that would be a win for Thailand, unless it turns out to be a draw in favor of Myanmar. Because if that happens, then Myanmar will have an advantage. But we know that India made that comeback into the top 4 from yesterday itself. So I kind of want to see them pull this one game off for their own side against Guam. As you rightly mentioned, it is going to be a scenario where we might want to try and get as many goals in our favor, ladies and gentlemen. But would that happen? Will India clinch that big win against Guam and move up into that top 4? We will find that out after this short break. And now, after that previous game, ladies and gentlemen, we are back again onto the field. It's going to be India. And right now, it's another crazy matchup in front of us. We're taking on Guam out here. A matchup where yesterday we scored 5 goals to nil. It's the second one now in possession, and Guam are looking for their first victory in this entire series. Seems like that's going to be coming through a little bit late. Another pass into the center, and we open things up in the second minute mark yet again. And who other than Cristiano Ronaldo firing it right from the edge of the box in towards the left corner. Superb finish.
What a play! We were just talking about how yesterday's game went, but just look at this 1, 2, 3 triangle back to CR7. 1-2 passes with a triangular formation up front. These lads have been just phenomenal with this passing game since yesterday's game against Guam. And now, life has completed a full circle. We are facing them yet again, and by look of things, and I just hope I don't jinx them. Please keep on scoring, my man, because you definitely need those. Although, on a goal differential manner, the thing definitely don't matter much since the game against Myanmar, they are on a +9 and we are on a -3. So that 12 goal differential is humongous to be overtaken. So it is just number of points that we can achieve. So only victories from here on will make sure that India will qualify to the playoffs.
That was a nice opportunity to try and steal another one away, realizing that did not really have enough chance, but a big mistake being made out here from Guam, but it's an offside. Oh my lord, it was a massive offside being brought in. You could clearly see that. I don't think so that pass should have been made out there. Maybe you could have taken the left finger for a longer run out there.
He had an empty pitch in front of him. A pass was not necessary. But hey, it's all good. Let's get ahead into the game because we will definitely get a lot more chances. And we are just stealing the ball left and right. And again, it's time for steal. We are fighting with the goalkeeper for the ball. Now the high press is coming in. Another good interception. CR7 putting in the work. Not just as a striker, but as a defender as well now.
Oh my god. We're trying to cut down the passing lane itself. Oh! Almost pretty close out there for the steal now. Guam still trying desperately to maybe take this one back, but it's not really happening right now. Another chance for India, passing it all the way in center. A throw in the mid could be the deal sealer. Another extra pass, rebounded back in the feed, and it's such an unfortunate maneuver. Right from the crossbar, it moves towards the left of the field instead of going back in, but still India, they've got another chance.
Another cutback. This time it has been intercepted. But this is just pure unfortunate. Because hitting the woodwork and the ball just going outside instead of getting an insider angle to make that goal happen, and give us the second lead. But hey, as I told you earlier, we will have a lot more chances, and this is what we want right now from our eTigers. Get that confidence back. Since Ibrahim and Mai are back as a duo, the last 3 games, we need to win them all and by a good difference as well.
One of the big difference which you've really mentioned could be made in this one very game. Guam struggling right from the first minute mark. I still remember, when we actually saw the names of the list of the teams that are playing in the regional qualifiers, we wanted to see where Guam was. And imagine a country so small yet standing so tall on this kind of stage. Yes, things are not really looking out super great for them, but the fact that they're still fighting tooth and nail in every single game through that desperation and then standing up every single time, I really like that tenacity from this team.
Oh, what a pass! Inside the box! Finesse! Perfection! And it is none other than the same lad. He gets his brace, hit them with the C. This time it is the golf. Wesley Snyder CR7 having their movement cause Team India, they lead the scoreline 2-0. One at a time is the call. Win one single match at a time and we shall qualify to the playoffs.
So we already had a couple of tough matches previously now. As compared to those, we will have easier matches. But my goodness, what a pass that was. And again, from the similar place and a similar shot. Cristiano Ronaldo never misses these kind of ones. And these were the spaces that were not being offered to India in the previous few games. I'd have to say, it was such a tight defense line every single time in the back. That's where we were constantly struggling. And since we were able to find a couple of goals even in those kinds of scenarios, right now it's even better. So Guam, yeah, I know they're being dealt as the punching bag right now of this event, but you still want to see them fight a little bit harder in this game.
That is true. And they are fighting back. And it's not like they are just lobbing the ball and playing for the sake of it. But they are actually putting up a good competition. Just look at them hold the ball. But now pressure is being applied. And they have to just give away the position. Because Team India, they are pressing really hard. They are pressing from the top defenders. And now inside the box. But could have been offside, I suppose. And yes, it is.
That's an offside. It's a big one as well. I could see that. I thought that it would be close out here, and I believe that was the idea of the eTigers as well. But it's absolutely fine. Still going to be won by us. The defensive line is pretty tall and wide out here. Sliding tackle ambitious from the side of Guam. Creates an opportunity for India. Back pass yet again. Will be moved forward over towards the left. It's going to be a wing play. But it's still a pretty fast defender on the other side.
Just chasing around the players. And the crazy thing about Guam right now is that they are driving the ball ahead with short passes. They are not just lobbing the ball high up in the air and hoping for something to happen. But now finally a cross comes in, but this time it will be intercepted. No passing lane, but a good interception from the midfielder. And now the wing is completely open, but a little more time spent. And the more time you spend, the more time India will have to tackle you. And now again CR7 running on the wing, gets and receives a pass. Cut back inside is available, but a dummy instead. A misclick of command, I suppose.
Probably. It's going to be another steal coming in from India, though. It's time. It's going to be from the left wing. It should be a finesse. Another touch. Lovely ball roll. But as soon as you try to take that shot, a fantastic tackle from Guam to stop that attack.
That was such beautiful maneuvers of the ball, just driving inside all by himself. But now again the pass has been given, and this time the ball, Snyder steals it away. Finesse it. Has been intercepted, but again, can you win the header back? Can you win the position back? Is what Team India is asking for. And we surely will. Nico Williams on the wing. Takes a pass. CR7 loses the position again. The heel back. Steal it away. And the ball is just dancing around the area. And it falling for Rooney, who's inside the box. Passes it across. And we miss yet another opportunity.
Another one. Could this one go in? Oh, lovely fake into the back of the net. Finally, India find the third one which they were looking for. Romario is the man. Another lovely maneuver out there to cut the defender and then move it back into the net. Fantastic pressure coming in from the boys in blue.
Oh, this was so much necessary at this point. Because we are just standing in front of the goal and none of the ball is going in. So close yet so far, and this extra touch from the defender gave away the ball cheaply, and then Romario dumbing in on the right foot, getting his fake shot in and then just finessing it on the far post. Good attempt, very well rehearsed, very well finished it. And that fake shot, so necessary to send the defender to get some water bottles, I suppose.
Right now Guam not just trailing behind 2 now, it's going to be 3. They have been struggling a lot in this entire event. It's only 1 draw that they've had. 10 losses back to back. And it seems like with the way how things are going, it's going to be the 11th one in the mix. Bringing in the keeper a little bit more out to have an extra member for those passings. Right now it's still India, a pass towards the back. Bringing the keeper out, it's again the kind of strategy that Manchester City used to use back in the year when they picked up the treble.
India inside the box, trying to dribble around the area, and now Rooney stealing it away. Can this be given a foul? But nah, the half has been concluded. Team India, they lead the scoreline pretty much comfortably. 3-2-0, 57% possession, 6 shots, 3 on target. Everything in our favor, and a match that we definitely want to win with a big margin. We are on its way.
We'll have to see how many more we can score from this point. That's the main point, right? Even yesterday we had a pretty solid start early on. We had 4 goals, if anything, in the first half. And then eventually it went down. We ended up at just 5. We're trailing 1 behind from that point, but I believe having 3 goals out here will actually equalize the goal difference, which we've been worrying about for quite a long time.
Oh, let's see how things will go ahead
Yeah.
for Team India now. Because this should have been pretty quick. Both the teams should be ready. Both the players should be on the way for the second half. Although, by look of things, India are just trying to create something different in the final third. Because we have seen some extra passes going on in this match. Definitely, Guam are giving us a lot more space than any other team. And it's not like yesterday where we are just rushing the ball. This time, we are holding on to the ball, we are making some extra passes, we are doing some skill moves, and we have seen that Romario goal where he was almost all by himself in the final third.
And I like the idea of what India is bringing on the table, right? And the adaptability according to every single game. If it's a very hefty defensive line, we go in for a lot more shots from the far away fray, or maybe some of those crosses right from the wing side towards the center so that Cristiano can actually put in some headers. While in this game, when you know that the defense line is going to be thin, you will have a lot more space to work with. Let's be honest, Guam, they're struggling a lot. Eventually, they're keeping the ball a little bit more in centralized positions. So, having a lot more opportunities out here right now. A couple of attackers changed out here. Mohamed Salah eventually brought out now. Lamine Yamal will play instead of him. I like the changes, but Guam really actually needs to push the ball forward. That's the main thing.
And for that, they need to win the possession a lot more. And that is not happening at all. The time they win the possession, they end up conceding a small foul. Has been given a chance for a short free kick, but we lose the ball immediately. And now Guam, the right wing is completely open. Not for long. Intercepted. The ball goes back to India, but the pass has been pretty out of place. The interception is not coming in our favor, but Upamecano finally steals the ball and finds the runner, and this time CR7 for the hat-trick. Inside, an extra pass. Nah, he goes for the goal. It is the hat-trick for the GOAT himself. CR7 with the 3rd goal of the match. 4th one for India. And they are finally having that big score line they wanted to create.
Big opportunity out here being created from that one pass which Guam wanted to make for a couple of tries. Finally, India intercepted it on the 3rd one and eventually pushed it all the way through. Look at this beautiful pass from Upamecano towards the right wing, and then a clear cut through. One extra touch to keep the ball away from Buffon, who was actually moving in a bit too close to try and make that stop, and then a lovely finish. This is what you love about Cristiano Ronaldo. Sometimes he misses some easy shots of the headers right there, and then he makes.
For sure. That is the thing. Consistency is the key. Although he has not been consistent in the previous games where some easy goals could have been converted, but those defending lines were really giving us a hard time. And Guam, the things are finally eased out. The players are getting in the form that they needed. And it was the Guam's game yesterday as well, which gave us a ray of hope in the upcoming matches. A 5-0 victory, and then we end up winning against Myanmar, and then almost getting an equalizer against Macau as well. But now, as things stand, we are leading our way. Also, at the simultaneous time, it is Malaysia versus Myanmar. The game is going on where Malaysians are leading the chart. So it is all going in our eTigers' favor.
As of now, yes. You expected that one to go in for the Malaysians' favor as well, considering the way it was. Finally, India going in for another attack.
Wow!
Lovely play. And this should be a finesse into the back of the net. Another one going in less than 10 minutes. Romario strikes one more time. Maybe let him score one more to go for a double hat-trick. One from Cristiano Ronaldo and one from Romario. Lovely play from India. I did not really think Romario would actually be able to beat that defender there, but again, it was Guam who made a mistake of moving him left-hand side instead of running it down straight. I think so it was a bit of a scenario in players switching out there.
Nah, I would say that's the brilliance of Snyder. Because just look at the curve on the ball. It is perfectly weighted. That will end up on the winger's feet rather than the defense. That curl that Snyder is able to provide, that pass is such beautifully accurate that there is no chance for any defender to chase it. Exactly in the line where Romario was running. Such a beautiful assist there. And now, as things stands, a kickoff has been stolen and CR7 is going for the poker. Will hit the woodwork.
Nice attempt out here. Still, the ball is in favor of India. They can have another opportunity, another chance at it, another go at it. Moving a bit more towards the left-hand side. This should be taken by Guam on the other side. Hold on a second. Did it touch it right before it actually went outside? Oh my goodness. That's something you would not really want to do if you're Guam. Now, big mistakes coming in from the other side. Right into the boxes where the ball goes, but it's still in the legs of the men in blue. Will eventually be stopped in. Play continues as Guam, they're kind of struggling amongst their own members. 3 people in red standing up close to each other. 1 defender can mark all of them. That's exactly what happened. Now India got another opportunity in the box. Tries to shoot it. It will be blocked off by Guam. Not really letting the scoreline dip any further than it already has, at least for now.
Just holding on to the ball. Team India, every time they have the chance, they hold on to the ball a little more longer and then find the pass in the final third. A good strategic play. Already scored 5 goals by the same run of things. And it is barely 70 minutes. We still have almost 25 minutes remaining in the game. And we surely can make the scoreline even larger.
Simple tackle coming in out there. Ball being moved forward. It's going to be another through being made. A lovely opening in the center of the field. You got another pass. Open pass. This should be another one. Scored. Hello.
What just happened, Romario, there?
wouldn't.
I think we should just forget what just happened there. Because open net, 1v1 with the keeper and he skies it wide.
Should I finish onto the top right corner?
It's just the left stick that you are not able to aim on the perfect area. That manual shot did not work out in your favor at all. Just some manual errors there. But as things stand, we are definitely winning this game 5-0. But also the simultaneous match which will affect Team India standing in the top 4. Myanmar has equalized against Malaysia.
Something you would not really want to see, because that was the exact result of India against Malaysia as well. But it's absolutely fine for now. The focus is on this one game. It's constant steals coming in. We're like broken record at this point. Another chance now. One extra second of touch. Buffon can't really catch it out here. Another opportunity into the making. 6th one. Seems like a curse which can never be broken. It still is not broken as Guam holds it down, finally clears it. Only for the men in blue to return it back to them. 77 minutes of the game, and I believe it's the curse of the 6th goal. We just can't reach that mark.
I'm pretty sure that it is something out of because those chances are legit onto the face, and we are still not able to convert them. And it is just because Gigi Buffon has been pretty phenomenal. But now CR7 strikes. Oh, again. Oh Lord, have some mercy on the blue. 2 woodworks, a long range finish out wide, 3 attempts straight to Gigi Buffon, all saved. A total of minimum 5 attempts could have gone in. They are just not coming in our favor.
It should have been lofted, or rather a cross into the box out this time around. Not really a ground pass, so it was eventually stolen away by Guam on the other side. They're trying to move the ball around so very quickly, but India knows everything. A mistouch out here, but it's still going to be stolen instantly. Guam struggling on the other side. This is extremely difficult for them. Ball bouncing off the player in blue, so it still goes into the hands of Buffon. This is not working out for India at all. They need one more goal. One more to try and at least lower down that goal difference even further. But it's just 2 more minutes remaining into the clock, and I don't think so it's going to go any further than that it already has.
This is just pure misfortune, I would say, that is hunting Team Indian players. Because at this point, I don't think you can do much. CR7 on target twice, hit the woodwork. Then again, Romario from just barely 5 meters out on the penalty spot, missing out the chance. Gigi Buffon saving the header right on his face. 2 shots nearby, ground hit, everything saved. 14 shots, 8 on target, and some crazy saves from Gigi Buffon. But India have to just make peace with the scoreline. 5-0 is the victory yet again. Guam, we were able to win against them 5-0. Again, today has been just a copy paste.
No changes out here whatsoever. But the only different thing is that we had ball almost every single time of the game, right? And every single time we could see an attack being made, an opportunity being drafted, just could not really convert in quite a few of those scenarios. Like 14 shots on target is just 14 shots in attempted is just absolutely crazy. 7 to 8, I believe 8 or 9 were on target itself. So
Yeah.
that's something we'll have to focus on right now. So again, 11 games being played out here. We'll get it all now. Myanmar just 1 point ahead of us at this point. Now that is interesting to see.
But the thing is, this table is not updated after this game.
Yeah.
We are still on a -3. That will come down to a +2 after this match. It is still the previous table, has not been updated yet. But the thing is, I have my eyes on the Malaysian versus Myanmar game as well, and the score are still on level terms with 5 minutes remaining. Because that match result is directly affecting Team India. If Myanmar ends up in a draw, they get a +1, they will get to +16 there. And India with a +3 on our side will get to 17. 1 point differential would be there. But if Malaysia scores one more, a +2 difference, and then Team India can have a sigh of relief.
That's one of the big things out here. We're both actually rooting for Malaysia, and that's again something which I was discussing with you that I would not really want to lean in onto that factor itself. So the game with Brunei is something that becomes even more crucial. Now it's going to be updated out here. Couple of points in favor of India right now. 12 games played, but everyone else, they're still playing their own games. They're still into their own matches. So you'd really want maybe some changes, but I'm pretty sure that even the Malaysian and Myanmar game is going to end in a draw. So
Yeah,
it's
it
going to
does.
be absolute same. Yeah, 1 point ahead is where India stands. So every single thing falls on this one game. Myanmar versus India.
The winner qualifies and the loser go home. That will be the storyline for this match, because now Brunei Darussalam, they are out of the picture for the qualification. They cannot topple us down, neither Myanmar. So the difference between India and Myanmar is just one single point. Whoever wins this match will get a +3, will go ahead. If this match ends up in a tie, it will still favor Team India since we are leading the charts. And then the last game against Macau and Myanmar's last game will come into the picture. India wins this, we are going ahead, and that has to be the call.
I absolutely agree. And that's something which every single Indian fan would be hoping for. As we have a look at the lineup of Myanmar to Lilian Thuram, Kylian Mbappe, Cristiano Ronaldo. Yesterday it was Kylian Mbappe who actually scored those couple of goals out here. But again, the main talking point was Cristiano on our side as well, Wayne Rooney on our side. Because this was the game as well where we changed the strategies a lot. You could clearly see, yes, in the game of Guam, we clearly had that domination. But it was this very game where we saw the proper adaptation. And I think so, India's going to double down onto the same thing.
Wow. I was just looking at the fixtures that are coming right up against. India versus Myanmar will be a game. And after that match, whatever the result from this match will be, it is Thailand versus Myanmar and then India versus Macau. The top 3 teams will be facing India and Myanmar in their respective matches. So the matches are going to be a lot more intense. The action will remain, but the action will continue right after a very short break. It is time for the decider game for the qualification. It is time for FIFA World Cup regional qualifiers featuring eFootball console. India versus Myanmar. The winner will most likely confirm their slot for the playoffs. The top 4 slot that is completely wide open till now will come down to the winner of this match. It is Team India in the blue kit and Myanmar in the red.
It's going to be a clear-cut focus for both of these teams out here right now. Yesterday, it was a 4-2 victory for India. So you already have a history where you have won this one game out. But this time around, it's going to be different. This time, Myanmar are entirely focused on. Against Malaysia yesterday, they also registered a loss. And that is where things were a bit more difficult. But India eventually today worked out well with a draw against Malaysian lineup. And this time around, even Myanmar, they were able to register a draw in the previous game, so they're going to be pretty happy about it. A play was being made over towards that left wing though, but it was eventually stolen up. The attack fizzled out. Myanmar, they're going to change the wing entirely over towards the left now, moves it forward towards the left mid. Could made a run on the left wing right now. That's exactly what they're doing. This could be an opener, a shot being sent back in towards the box. It's going to be taken away by the Indian boys now, and there's a chance for the counter.
Almost intercepted yet again. We was on the brink of scoring the goal, but now the ball has rebounded again. The composure is still what we are lacking. Take some time, take some efforts to make the pass. Keep hold of the ball. Now crossed in the wide open area. Heading down, CR7 not able to get on the back of it. And now Myanmar unleashing attack from the right wing. The players are running out wide, and Myanmar, they are just driving ahead without making any single passes. They know the passing lane has been blocked, but now a cross for CR7. Launches the ball high up again, but the pass has been intercepted, and Snyder loses the header. But someone else will try to reclaim it, but now again high up in the air, and Gigi Buffon punches it out for safety, and now Son, he can make a 1-2 pass with the left back overlapping, makes a pass, heading back down, no command given away, and Myanmar shields the position back.
I really want to get that command in on those kinds of headers so that you can make sure you win those at least. That's something India kind of needs to work on right now. We're getting into the nooks and crannies of the game, and this is something that I really like though. This clearly shows you the improvement the Indian lineup has been making right now. A Trivela pass right into the box. It will be cleared away with the header. It was getting dangerous, but for now it's absolutely fine. Myanmar with the maximum possession out, and Indians are going in with the all-out defense for now.
We just have to make sure that we are not the first team to concede the goal. We have to make sure that we score the first goal instead, because everything relies on this fair matchup. Myanmar, India, the winner will get the +3, and now the plus has been blocked, but the counter-attack was stopped for a while, but now CR7 stealing the ball away, has a 1-2 pass, build up, just cut it back to safety before he lose the ball, and that was not the case. We will eventually lose it out, being over ambitious with the running down the wings. But now Myanmar lofting up the ball high in the air, and a good clearance from Bestoni. Could have been a goal kick even if he left it, but tried to keep the ball inside play, and now Song In-min, a good heavy touch, has been intercepted by the winger just marking his side.
A pass cancel coming in into a wing change over towards the left. You can clearly see with the amount of players that Myanmar are playing today, they're constantly calling their defensive line over towards the mid. And that's something that's giving them enough passing lanes to work with. But this could be an offside. This should be an offside.
It's not.
This could have been a perfect opportunity maybe. But that has been stolen yet again. And a throw-in going in for the Myanmar side is the Burmese, who are for now controlling the amount of passes as well as the possession. But the chances, that's been created by India.
Oh, that chance was so close. The goalkeeper rushed out at the very last moment. CR7 just needed to chest it down before finessing it home. So close. The eTigers are again knocking, and this is what we're waiting for the entire day. Finesse on the way. Defender just not giving Rooney the space he needed for the shot, or rather Snyder it was. Whatever the case is, we are going so close towards the opponent half. But the thing is, we are not able to capitalize on it fully.
Throw in. It was lofted in mid right now. Oh! Hold on a second. That's
Don't
a bit of
pass that to the keeper.
circus. Yeah.
Give yourself some breather, Ibrahim and Mahi. Because at this point, I think the nerves are cranking in.
Oh, header. Not really being made, so it's going to be the clear. Not a proper clear though, so there's still an opportunity right at the outside of the box. Nice pass coming in. There's a one player moving in from the wing, but that's a little bit too overeager. Lovely tackle coming in from the Burmese boys, stopping that counter attack, which could have been disastrous. A play
This
on
should
towards
have been
that
lobbed.
wing. Yeah.
It has to be a lobbed pass on the wing when the wing is completely wide open and just one defender marking the central line. Small mistakes and Team India might have to pay the price by not scoring the first goal. But now again we are back onto the attack. Final pass! Oh man. You can just drive, take a little second longer. You don't have to play first touches. The first touch pass is what India needs to stop at this very moment.
Oh, another clear. It's going to be for the Burmese keeper to hold it. Lofted in yet again. It's going to be stolen away by the Indian side. Not for long though. Pass eventually intercepted. Same case on the other end. It's not a proper clearance from either of these teams. So right now it's again 0-0. And as far as we haven't really been discussing the scenarios, if it ends up in a draw, then everything will be opened up for the rest of the two games as well. For both of these teams, the qualification, it is online, yes. But at the same time, it's a must-win game for both of them.
Man, at this point, I'm not sure what India can change from here. The first things first, the first tap passes. You receive the ball, take it, maneuver it left and right. Find a proper pass cause we are just giving away cheap possession. And Team India, with just 35% of the control of the ball, we need to make things a bit differently. Making sure that the players are a bit wider now. Song Yun-min coming in for making up a diamond. Yep, we are going for a diamond formation with just one AMF as Wesley Snyder on the wings. Mostly cutting inside as an attacking midfielder he's playing. But then Son with a secondary striker role. Although he's a higher front, he will drop back a lot to receive the ball from the centre mids. The thing is, it is all just centralized attack. No space or width is there for Team India.
Yeah.
And the central attacks are very, very hard when the opponent are pressing you so high.
We'll have to see if this one eventually works out for them or not. I absolutely agree with the problem that the Indian boys are facing. They've got to move a little bit more over towards the wing, create some more chances from those sides so that you can at least thin out the defensive line. Myanmar are making sure that they're holding their defense down. They're not making the kind of mistakes that they made previously. But I really feel that it is going to be pretty risky to continue to deal with the same attacking side of the Kylian Mbappe and Cristiano Ronaldo. You know, just one shot from the edge of the box, one finesse, and that would seal the deal. That's exactly what happened even in the game against Thailand.
Yes. That one opportunity is what we are also looking out for. But now, kickoff, left to right, second half, under its way. Just remember, Saishnu, this game can very much end up in a draw as well, and that will not be a good side for either of the teams. Because at this point, maximum number of points is what we need. Although we'll suffice with a draw, but CR7 might turn things around. 2 minutes into the second half, we were on the brink of scoring the first one, but the header was just not there to be won by CR7. The defenders are just giving him a very, very difficult time inside the box.
And it's going to be a throw-in coming in for the side of the Burmese team. Constantly switching up the tactics out here from defensive to attacking to back defensive. And now changing it to balanced when they know that they need to throw it all the way down back to their own players right for the throw-in. They haven't really been helpful for the Burmese side. It's mostly been stolen away. But this time around it's going to be kept. Play being made from the right wing. A chance, maybe yet again. You've got to get in the steal as well as the passing lanes are being stopped in from the other side right now. An opening in the mid is exactly what they need. Passing it all the way back now. It's been lofted inside, but it's going to be cleared away easily by the Indian side.
Passing around is what Myanmar is doing. And now Patrick Vieira, good interception there. Ball has been stolen. The winger is making the run. Son Heung-min almost there. He wanted the pass, but Rooney bit delayed to make that pass happen. And delay is not what you want here. 55 minutes are already up. They want to steal the ball. Team India will win the possession by... But Myanmar recklessly winning those interceptions in the midfield. And they know that Team India does not have sufficient midfielders to hold the ball. But now Myanmar inside the box. They take the shot, but GG Buffon to the rescue. He makes us believe yet again. Denilson, the debutant against India. He had a good shot, but GG Buffon, the man of the hour, the hero for the eTigers at this point, saving a crucial shot.
There's a big one coming in. And a goal at this moment would eventually seal the deal for Myanmar. A goal at this moment would eventually seal the deal for India as well. So whoever one gets to break this deadlock will eventually control the game right now. It's not a half-hearted clearance, but still not really having enough on that ball. Push it anywhere outside. Still going to be one-touch passes coming in for the Indian side. Now there's an opportunity. The header missed up. A break in the defense, but this line is still strong. It's going to be lofted in. And a lovely first-touch pass though, but again the centre-back on the other side steals it away. The Burmese boys are absolutely not giving up in this game.
It is getting way too closer for comfort right now. And I believe overall, the formation that we are running in, it is giving up its value. It is showcasing that what this triple striker formation is capable of, with CR7 as a central forward, two strikers, or rather secondary strikers, and then Wesley Sneijder as an attacking centre mid from the right hand side. We are having our own opportunities, but the thing is, getting into the final third is becoming an issue. We have to rely a lot on the long balls, and those long balls are being intercepted fairly easily.
Don't you think it's kind of giving us the glimpse of what we saw in the first two games yesterday? When the ball was being lofted up a bit too much, and then you were hoping to try and win it. I think so. That's kind of the same thing which Indian side is falling back onto. I do like the tackles that are going around constantly back and forth on the other side too, but these are the main control in the midfield which we are lacking right now. I do like the formation too, but this could be a very well timed through right now, right in the box though. It's going to be cleared away. No problems there whatsoever, but the ball will still be controlled by the Burmese side.
65 minutes are already up, and India will be happy with a draw, to be honest, because the next two matches we face Macau. Our opponents will face Thailand. The top nations will face the players from this matchup. So even if we end up with a draw, we will have sufficient time and points to qualify for the top four. Only thing we need to avoid is conceding a goal here. We just cannot go down in the scoreline. Remains 0 overall or 1 in our favor is the requirement here. That's all. Keep killing the clock, keep making chances, and we might be able to get through to the playoffs by this rate.
They're getting a bit too impatient out here. You could clearly see that in their defensive formation line. The header is going to be stopped, yes, but it still will go for another throw in. Just one lucky shot is what Burmese need to try and clinch this one. They're sending their players in the box itself, trying to position them properly, while the Indians are making sure that all of their players are covering at least one of the other side.
Scott is jingling around.
Yeah, it's been taken care of. The header is not going to be given in whatsoever. And that's a goal kick, finally. At the 69th minute of the game. We're going to be finally seeing another goal kick coming in. Man, this is such a tense game. You could feel the tension in the arena.
Oh, this is actually like that. Like at this point, I'm not sure how to feel. I don't know what Ibrahim and Mahi might be going through, since I'm in a position of no control, but this is getting on my nerves. Because it is just 20 minutes plus stoppage time that remains. A win will be perfect. A draw will still work around. But we need to make sure that we achieve any or either of these results. Scoring the first one will relieve a lot more pressure, because then you can make sure that, yeah, we are at least not losing this game up. And Team India, on the 70th minute, making some crazy changes. Bebeto coming into the play, and this guy has been impactful. Whenever we brought him as a substitute, he has done some miracles.
It's going to be pretty fast on that pitch as well. You'll have that opportunity to control the ball for a few more seconds. There's a few changes happening on the Myanmarese side as well, or the Burmese side. Right now, they will be controlling the ball right from the goal kick off our point. It's going to be stolen. No problems there. Opportunities now being made. Bebeto is going to be making that run in as well. On the sides, though, is where the ball is still kept. Oh, players being disbalanced, but it's still going to be kept in for the Indian side. Will be stolen finally at the last second. And now the Burmese have a chance of counter-attacking. But a lovely interception coming into the play. And India, maybe they can now finally break through.
Running inside the box. Again, interception on that left wing. Although, Burmese, they're taking their sweet time for the ball, and this is what I'm talking about. You have to just maybe learn something from how Burmese are trying to orchestrate and the opportunity might be on its way, but just losing possession at the very wrong time.
Fizzled out. Right now, the passes are being intercepted from both of these sides. A sliding tackle at the last second, though. But again, it's been stolen away. India are not moving the ball around properly. They're not controlling the ball properly. That's something you'd have to focus on. Checking the conditions of the players, moving them a bit wide out here.
What are we doing? What are we
It
doing
seems
right
up.
now?
3 attackers into the box is what we are doing.
It's not just 3 attackers. It is 3 central attackers. It's legit 3 strikers onto the face of the opponent. We are like, yeah, we are down for it. We need the victory and we gonna take it by any means. Because generally 3 attackers are way too much. You generally keep 2 strikers and 1 central attacking midfielder, an AMF or an SS secondary striker to pass them the ball. We have 3 up front with just Snyder playing that number 10 role. This is going to be crazy now from the Indian side. I hope this risk pays its value. Although the throw-in is a lackluster one. We'll miss out on that.
Oh my God.
And now a counter-attack has been unleashed. Should be under control since we have a lot more players tracking back than usual. And now a Trivela cross should be able to intercept that. Off to the woodwork, I believe. Gigi Buffon was drilled down to the ground. Loses the ball, but now Team India can unleash a counter-attack. CR7 on its way, but nah, man. Has been blocked at the very right time.
Lovely block coming in from the side of the Burmese. That was definitely going to go in unless it was messed up from the side in blue. But right now, you could say that fortune has not been favoring us since the first minute of today. But in the previous few, I'd have to say it has been. That was not supposed to be kept outside. That was one of the best opportunities that Burmese created in this entire game right now. And India are just trying to focus on a draw. Yes, you've got 3 more attackers to play around with, but still the ball is not being moved around properly. A tackle comes in, doesn't matter. 2 people moving up in front, 3 if you talk about it. Looking at the men in red out here, this was a much needed interception. 89th minute of the game. Maybe 2.5 minutes could be, or rather 2 minutes could be added, 2 or 3 for that extra time. But this could very well be the last attack in this entire game.
This is not looking good. And another thing is that India are defending with just 7 players. 3 players are right on top, waiting for the counter-attack to happen. We are focusing so much on the attack, and I believe that should not be the case, especially in the last 5 minutes. Just bring the players back since you have already lost the position. And now Myanmar is on a perfect counter, and those throw-ins, those crosses have worked their way. We win this, we go ahead. We draw this, we still go ahead. That's the difference, because the next matches, we face Macau and then Myanmar faces Thailand. Both nations are facing the mighty opponents, the table toppers, the first and the second. A draw here will make sure that the +1 point advantage we have over Myanmar will remain the same. But a loss will completely turn the tables around. We need to focus on the odds that better favor us.
That would be what everyone would do. But this is India. We decide to go on the offensive, and maybe that could be a mistake, but maybe that could be a blessing in disguise as +4 has been added. One steal is all we need right now, and Burmese are not giving us that. Finally, we found the opportunity.
Keep
It's
the
been
ball.
made into a run, but a nasty sliding tackle at the last second as the Burmese going for their last attack. It's an opening, a tackle in front just to set things up for Buffon. And India are now moving the ball in all the way ahead. The whistle should be blown, but it's not being blown as of now. Should be brought in. A fake pass into another one. It's lofted in, but it's been punched out for a second chance indeed. India, this is the last attack, and a header is what we needed. But it's going to end in a draw. Myanmar and India end up with a 0-0 scoreline. Both getting 1 point each. And an advantage for the Indian side.
And now I'd just like to read out our
We are just fortunate that we are not out of the tournament right now. We have used all our luck in the last match itself.
I agree.
How many matches have we played? This was the 13th match?
Yeah.
The fortune
13th one.
that was not favoring us for the past 12 matches has been accumulated in a bowl and given to Team India, served on a silver platter in the 13th game. Because Myanmar, they were the better side. They created a perfect opportunity, scored almost there, hit the woodwork. And then two crazy chances almost missing out. They were on the brink of
Yeah.
scoring. And if they scored, we are out of the tournament. Because that +1 point differential we had, they will overturn that with a +3 of their own into the mix. India could have won this match. We had a lot of chances, but again, things are just not in our favor at all.
At this point, I know we've constantly been discussing as to what happens even if India loses out here on this point onwards, right? But my big question is, if Myanmar wants to qualify, all they need is a draw against Thailand. And if India lose this match, then Myanmar and India will have equal number of points.
But that does not
because
matter.
of the goal difference,
No. The point being, we already defeated
Yeah.
Myanmar once.
it's a head-to-head. Yeah, it's a head-to-head.
You are forgetting that, Saishnu. Yeah, that's the main
That's
point.
the big fact.
We are already above them even right now. Even if the next match is a draw for Myanmar, they get 1 point. They get to 17 points similar to India. We lost to Macau in unfortunate circumstances. 17 points head to head will come into the picture. India and Myanmar, we have the upper hand on them. So that's why I said the point difference does not matter at all. Because now it is India and Myanmar onto the battle. Also, we need to keep in mind that with the updated results, Brunei Darussalam is also chasing up to 15 points. I just want to see what team they are facing at the last. Because even they are getting close and they are facing Guam after this. So, can they get to 18 points and India with +1? Yeah, we will be on 18 points. So, this could be a surprise of events as well. Because if Brunei win that game,
Wow.
a +18 to them, we are on 18. Brunei will have the upper hand on us since they won the match against us in the head-to-head. All those permutations, combinations that are going on in my mind, it is crazy to even think about that. The top fourth position is still completely wide open despite the fact that this is the last match of the qualifiers.
And that is what brings in, these regional qualifiers which we talk about. That's how competitive it normally gets. Yes, there are a lot of permutations, combinations happening. Bhutan and Guam are the two teams who are absolutely out of it. Thailand, Malaysia and Macau are the ones who absolutely qualified in it. India, Myanmar and Brunei Darussalam, these are the ones who eventually want to grab that fourth position. So it's still a must-win game for India. Whatever happens, a draw would not work because Brunei Darussalam will eventually win against Guam. So India will have to win against this lineup whatsoever.
A win or a draw. A draw definitely works out. Because if you draw this match, you just need 1 point. Brunei can get a maximum of 18 points if they win their next. And we are already on 18 points out of 13 matches. We need just one. Get to plus
Yeah, that is
19
true.
and that's about it. Our focus is just one single point from the game against Macau. And by how we are playing, I really hope that we are able to secure that draw at least. Because these draws,
True.
man, they matter a lot. And all in all, the draw that we got against Malaysia, is definitely now coming in hands, because that +1 point that we were able to accumulate against them will definitely be the deciding feature. But how the next match will go, how things will stand, we will find all that out after a very short break.
Maybe soon.
Yeah.
Pretty
Break.
soon.
And we are finally back with the final match of the Open Group Qualifiers. Group A, the top 4 still remains. Who will it be? India, we face Macau. We draw this match, we will be good to go. But if we lose this matchup, Saishnu, we might have to go home since Brunei Darussalam are going to win their match against Guam and they will get the equal number of points as us. And with the tiebreaker being giving importance to head first, Brunei have a victory over us. So that will make sure that the Brunei team qualifies and not the eTigers. So in any case, a draw is what we are eyeing out for.
Draw at the bare minimum out here, which you've really well mentioned. It's going to be super crucial right now for India. But again, if we try to attack, that's where we would eventually get more chances to try and score the goals, right? So, and this has been one of the strengths of the Indian lineup. Yes, we've conceded quite a lot of goals, but we've also scored just as many of them. That's why the goal difference is still in +2 out here. So that's going to be something I'd want to double down on, that instead of defending out here, it's going to be more focus onto those attacking lines. And I love the fact how you're keeping ball a little bit more out here for extra few seconds, and it's giving a little bit more chances out there for the Indian lineup. Yes, it's being stolen away on the other side for a couple of times, but it's absolutely fine. You'd have your own chances as well.
Finally, we steal the ball back and now it's time for a final credit pass. Find the right finger there, but Snyder almost there on the edge of the box. And I think I've been saying this word a lot, that we have been knocking on the door of our opposition half in every single game, but the number of goals converted is nowhere near close to that. And now again, 15 minutes are already up. No team has created a proper chance till now, and Team India, we have to defend this opportunity by any means, and we will do that fairly easily. A good block, a good clearance as well, and now the possession is back with Macau. They are inside the box. Genio trying to twist and turn, loses the possession, and a block there, an unintentional block, but finally a misplaced pass. Patrick Vieira is able to steal it, and now Snyder switch off play. The winger should be on its way already, and he is running down the wing, but the ball is high up in the air and might go out for a corner, but nah. The last line of defense, the centre back, clears it out.
Nice opportunity out here being created from India though, but a good defense coming in from the other side. Macau, even yesterday it was a 2-1 scoreline, right? So it's still a back and forth scenario even at this point. Very centralized opportunities for India being created at the moment, and I think so that's something that even Macau has realized, that India really likes to focus down in that mid, and they're not really giving any kind of opportunities to push it on the deadly phase which we normally talk about. But this is exactly deadly. This is not something you'd want to do. A header right on the chest of Buffon, but it's an offside. Lucky out here for the Indian lineup that we survive for this one, but you would not want to give Macau opportunities like these because they will answer big time.
Oh, this is just getting a too much nervy everywhere right now. The thing is that at this point, our arch rival, which was Myanmar till now, the rivalry has shifted to Brunei Darussalam.
Yeah.
That's the big shift. And Brunei has definitely won their game against Guam as per the last update. 18 points on Brunei, 18 points for India, and all in all, they are ahead of us when it comes to head-to-head as well. So reiterating those facts, we just need 1 point from this game. A draw and we go ahead. That's all what we need.
And Myanmar is also, to be honest, just to double down on that fact, have been trailing for 4-0 against Thailand. So that competition is entirely out of the mix right now, and it's exactly as you mentioned. Brunei Darussalam, last I saw, the scoreline was 6-0 against Guam. So they have eventually won it. India will need to get a draw, but well, what could be better? Maybe a goal, maybe a chance, maybe a win. A great one. Yeah.
Oh, this was so close again. Oh man, this is hurting, to be honest. A proper finesse, a properly timed ball roll on the stronger foot as well, but the ball is just not going back in the net. The players are malfunctioning at this point, I believe, because those type of shots will go all day in, but not in this particular game. But now finally, a chance for CR7 to run down the wing, hold the ball, take your time is the call, take it slow, go back to the midfield, Extra passes inside the box. Finesse. Long range. Song Hyun-min. Almost there for the perfect finesse. Son, the man from Korea. Almost nailed it.
Oh my god.
Could have been that opener for the squad, but nah, just out wide.
I have to say, there was nothing wrong with that shot. Everything was perfect. Had he taken an extra touch, the defender would have closed in the gap, and then you would not have had the chance to shoot. So it was very well timed. It's just the direction which was a little bit far wide out there on that finesse. But on the other side now, Hullet controlling the ball. Macau can't really take this any forward. Then they already have a heavy touch on that ball. It will be stolen away, but a high press comes in. Will be saved up, and you're not willing the header against Hullet. So this is an opportunity for Macau right now. They shoot the ball outside of the box. It will be saved by Buffon. An opportunity for India, and then from the other side, it's Xavi Alonso. Spanish
What is
midfield out
Upamecano
here.
doing?
I mean, I have no idea.
I think this is 6th, 7th time I've seen Upamecano make an individual mistake. Not able to control the ball, not able to pass. And not just him, whoever is controlling him made some bad passing decision as well. So we need to be very, very careful of that. This is a territory where we cannot
Nice
afford
through.
mistakes at all. But now, just running down the wing, hold the ball, pass, CR7 is on the way, not the central player. The passing is mismatching, the nerves are taking their way. And Team India, we are trying to break the deadlock, but it is getting out of our hand. But finally, yet again, right wing is completely open. We want to go centralized, but the defender pushes our striker away.
Oh, beautiful pass by Macau right now. They're going to have an opening on the right wing, and this could be the chance that they've been looking for. Couple of help in the centre out here. The passing lane is open. There should be a cut back in, but Buffon saves the day for the team. And on the back of it, the scoreline is 0-0 at the half. Holy smokes. What a chance being created by Macau.
A perfect cutback, but I love the goalkeeper movement there. Perfect dive. Perfect movement to the far post. He knew a cutback is on the way. Saving it. Oh man, this is getting way too nervy. I can feel the tension the players are going through. Ibrahim and Mahi, these two lads are holding the nation's hope on their shoulders. And they are doing pretty well in the first half. 45 minutes, scoreline remained the same. We advance to the playoffs.
For some reason, I feel like that the Indian boys are actually trying to play just like how they play with Nico Williams on that left wing using Son. And I think so that's something that is not really working out. This is the very first time where we actually saw the utility of Son being used up, right? Trying to go in for that shot from the edge of the box with that finesse on towards the opposite corner. And that really would have made Macau sweat out there, because it was a pretty close chance. So I think so we need to do a little bit more of that instead of trying to make the runs from that part. We've been focusing more on the runs from the right wing right now. It's going to be a put in through from the other side. A good clearance coming in. No problems out here for India. But Macau will still continue the possession with the corner.
And this is getting way too difficult. Hullet wins the ball, drags it down, and Macau scores. We concede the corner, and now Thuram out of everybody. Not the tallest, not the strongest, but high up in the air, Lilian Thuram. He breaks the deadlock, scoring the first goal, and Rude Hullet for the assist. Team India, we were crumbling at the start of second half, and we concede. Oh, Nakata, you should have to do better than that. Are being narrowed. We need one goal back to make the impossible happen. And now, off to the left wing.
Son.
Can we find...
Equalizer. Still a chance
Offside.
though, but that's an offside. Yeah, I was like, there's still a chance out here. That header should have gone in for Cristiano Ronaldo. It went in a bit far wide. So Macau will still lead, and as you mentioned, the hopes and dreams are now being crushed slowly and steadily. I just want to talk about that header setup from Rude Hullet. Macau put him out a little bit towards the edge of the box, just to make sure that once he receives the header, he can set the other member up for his team to maybe go in for that score. And that's exactly what happened. A pass to Hullet, and he did the same thing towards Thuram, and he scored. And right now, Macau are trying to double down on their lead. Just a trick move out. On the other side, they're still keeping the ball around. Will eventually move it back since, as they saw, there were no passing lines opened up.
But it's not looking good at all. This is getting tad bit nervy at the backlines as well. So many mistakes. But now we just have to outgrow them. Hold the ball, get it ahead, get inside the box, take the opportunity.
Yeah.
But the thing is, last few games have just been ending up in a draw, and now again the turn was a bad one. Lose the ball, but now Virgil van Dijk has the ball, trying to make a 1-2 pass. Back to CR7, a heel flick. Snyder inside the box, trying to send someone out wide. Losing the possession, but reclaiming it perfectly. And now Son, touch, take a shot, finesse it, header. Almost there, but Peter Schmeichel for an easy catch up.
Yeah, there was no power into that header, so it was easy for Schmeichel to eventually take that one. And now again, there's this one big thing which we noticed, right? There's a big difference coming in between the Indian players as well as the Macau players out here. Macau players are doing those small trick maneuvers out, making sure that when it's a 1v1 against the defender, they try and go for one extra touch with that trick and eventually cut that defender out with the pass. It was a much needed steal out towards that. Otherwise, that could have gone in for the second one for Macau. So we're not really seeing more of that from the Indian side right now as they try and send it in yet again. But Son is not really the best man. But Cristiano Ronaldo could definitely have been the man of power right now at the edge of the box. Tackled in perfectly. Stolen from the other side. Macau are still leading at almost the 70th minute mark of the game.
It is not looking good at all for us. It is just not working out, to be honest. The final third, we are having a lot of missed passes. Although we had 4 shots, few of them were just not powerful enough to send at the back lines. But the thing is, we need to get the central attack going on. A bit more width, a bit more centralized attack, and for that, Song Hyun-min might be replaced with Bebeto, I believe, at this point. Yeah, we are getting more forwards. A 4-4 is coming on its way. 2 strikers and 2 secondary strikers. 4 players outside the box will await the ball. A 4-4 with a long ball counter. Let's see how much can we make of it.
I'd kind of want to see more of that attack which you just right now mentioned. 4-4 mid, yeah, that's going to be the territory where Macau would be winning. But with the way how boys have been playing, they've constantly been sending the ball down, lofted throughs as well. Maybe controlling a little bit more of that mid could help them out, but this formation denies that entirely. You've got to send it through all the way. Hope for CR7 to win some of the headers and then maybe move forward. But against the tall lineup coming in from Macau out there, yeah, that's not really happening. It's going to be the one touch through right now. Oh, that could have been the
Take an
case.
extra touch, and you are setting your player for success. But these first time passes, they are so difficult for a player to perform, and India are just trying to get them settled up at the right movement, and we are just missing out on the possession a lot more times. But now finally taking extra touches, but this time around in the direction of the defender. We lose the ball yet again. It is 75 minutes already on the clock. 15 minutes is all we have. An advantageous free kick given away. 15 minutes required for one single goal if India wants to qualify to the playoffs. Otherwise, it is Brunei, Darussalam who are right on top of us.
That's going to hurt a lot. Son Heung-min moved in a bit more central now. Kilitsoy is going to be moved in a little bit towards the left. It's a very weird formation coming in from the side of India. But I don't know if Son could eventually play in that position. Maybe sub him out for someone else in your lineup.
At this point, I think everything is just being gambled out. Hoping, trying to create some success will be the way, but this will do it. It is game over. Simple passes left, right and center, and we can see the faces of the players. Ibrahim knows we cannot avoid the inevitable. The game should have never been or should have been decided on this particular match. Our game against Myanmar was the game to be won. Our game against Brunei Darussalam was the game to be won. Drawing both those games and we find ourselves in our own miseries. We trail the scoreline 2-0. Macau setting themselves up for yet another victory. And if the scoreline remains the same in the next 15, it's over. The hopes are over for the eTigers.
Falling down the house of cards right now with just a gust of wind coming in from Macau. They're still trying to stand tall to maybe save that one. But would that be possible when the foundation is not that solid? A hopeful cross, a hopeful lofted through, but that's something which is not yet being found by the Indian players. The defense line not working out perfectly, the header not being won. It's all Macau, all the red jerseys around the board. Wide in the wing. There's the opener, but the block comes in, so it's going to be the cross. We've got Erling Haaland out there. The defenders can definitely stop him from scoring that header, but with the way how Macau has been setting up, Rod Hullet, he's the man you need to take down.
At this point, it is all about our attacking misplays that we have been doing. The defensive line, they're trying to recreate the ball, and now the ball goes out wide for a throw in. 81 minutes already on the clock. 9 minutes plus stoppage time is what we have. Barely any time for a comeback. We still need 2 goals for the equalizer. A draw would have just been perfect, just like the previous games, but not able to get them at all.
No.
We tried so hard, man.
Oh,
but
it's another one.
this is not looking good. Oh, look at the dribble. Just perfect. Macau, they are just running riots around a circle.
It was Rui Costa this time. The Portuguese player out there. Almost getting that in, but a small deflection coming in from his own teammate. Eventually stopping him from the score, and while the ball was going out, it actually touched the defender of India. So that's going to be a cross coming in. And it's almost from the same place where Macau scored the first one in from. Buffon's going to be brought back in up in front. He's going to collect that one. Nice anticipation though. Hopefully sending it all the way forward. The header comes in. It's been collected by India. And the pass is misdirected. It's going to go down again in the legs of Macau. And now they're just playing with India. They know that it's going to be it. They're sending it through. They know that they've won. And Brunei Darussalam will be the team that would qualify unless India makes a miraculous goal in the next 1 minute and then one more in the extra time. That's just not what we see coming. 89th minute. Can India do something? And maybe this one is going to seal it. 5 additional minutes being left out. It's an all-out attack being brewed up. A throw-in comes in. Ball right now. It was in the legs of an Indian player, but it's going to go out of bounds yet again. The first corner of the game. Maybe India can pull something off, but would that be possible is the big question.
The thing is, Saishnu, that we need 2 goals now. 1-0 down, things could have been our control, but we need 2 in less than 4 minutes. Long range effort, still blocked. Nakata not able to send the ball home. Although the AMF trying all his luck, but just not powerful enough, not angled enough, not in the range enough. Team India take the second corner, back to back. 3 minutes remains, still trailing by 2 goals. A direct ball sent inside the box, a header to be won, a goal to be scored, but nah man, has been cleared up. And this is game setting movement here, right here on. The next 2 minutes is all that we have to play the game. And Macau, they are running away with nothing here. Just done and dusted. We tried all we could, but Macau just the better side tonight and overall in the groups. They secure yet another victory to the name, this time defeating India 3-0.
Big pressurizing situation out here for India. It's just one victory that we needed today apart from every other game. The ones that we even won yesterday ended up in a draw, so those 3 points is where the difference was made eventually. A valiant effort is what I have to say, and this is something I wanted to discuss with you before we started the second half of the day itself, and that was the fact that yes, Ibrahim and Mahi are constantly playing. They played the first 3 games, then there was a break, and then they played the next 3 games. I wanted to talk about the stamina of the players as well, because eventually it will get to you. The exhaustion will get to you. And in so high pressure games where you need a 100% focus in every single one of them, it eventually takes you down. And I think so that is exactly what has happened. And you can see the desperation on the face of Ibrahim here.
Just a quick request today for everybody to please kindly remove any cars parked on the
Man, that is just sad faces all around, but nothing can be done. It was just a nice effort from our eTigers, fighting tooth and nail at the very end, till the very last movement, until Macau decided to turn our fate into what we never wanted to happen. They qualify for sure, and then Brunei Darussalam winning their game against one of the weaker teams here, Guam, making sure that they collect the similar amount of points as we do. And then our last game, which was to be a draw if we wanted to qualify, but ended up in a loss. We ended up 5th in our group. Our result, which started so positively for Team India with a result as a draw against Malaysia, looked like a game where we could turn things around, but then a draw against Brunei is where things hurt us the most.
It was also again the game against Thailand as well, right? Where we kind of could have gone in for a draw as well, considering the 2-1 scoreline which Thailand pulled up, and that too in a game where we had a proper start. I think so had there been certain kind of changes, maybe that game would have been entirely different. Maybe we could have drawn that one game out, an extra point there, an extra point here, maybe one goal in the game of Myanmar where we had so many opportunities, one extra goal in the game of Brunei Darussalam or Malaysia where we had so many chances. Anything could have happened. The entire leaderboard could have been toppled down, but could have, would have, should have is something we've already had discussed. It's absolutely fine. The boys did definitely show their valiant effort out here, moving up all the way towards this stage and then giving a tough competition to some of the top teams in the entire game. I absolutely like that. Their run was pretty decent. You either win or you learn, and this is an opportunity for all the boys to learn.
That is so true. Although I just want to have a look at the overall standings for the very last time, because 14 matches were supposedly played overall in a matter of just 2 days. 7 matches per day were pretty hefty from all the players, and by the look of things, 18 points is what we were able to accumulate in the 14 matches. Sadly, we are not able to qualify despite the fact that Brunei were having the same amount of points, but we were not able to get our win against Brunei. They won against us yesterday, so they had the advantage when it comes to head-to-head, and head-to-head is the major point when it's come to tiebreakers. And for that reason, Brunei will secure the top spot, will advance to the playoffs, and Team India will have to suffice with the 5th spot in the FIFA E-World Cup regional qualifiers. But that's about it for the regional qualifiers of just the console edition of eFootball. Now, with our eTigers on console having a defeat and not able to qualify for the playoffs, there is still mobile upcoming events in the future days, because that mobile players will have a chance at again the FIFA E-World Cup featuring eFootball mobile this time around. Last year we had a top 4 finish on the global stage, and that was the major thing. Players like Daniel, they thrashed everybody out, securing win after win after win. Getting a first defeat against Malaysia was the thing, so that is something that I am really looking out for.
That's going to be my focus as well, as to what is going to be the performance of India in that scenario at that point, right? So that's going to be something I really want to look out to. But eventually, talking about the entire day that we have been, even from yesterday, even till today, there were certain issues that players encountered themselves. There were certain synergy issues where they were facing those struggles, but it's absolutely fine. Every single thing that they did up until this point eventually bore the fruits which they had to reap. It's totally fine. Drawing out against some of the top teams in the entire group out here against Malaysia, against Brunei, Darussalam, against Thailand as well. It was pretty decent. And as you mentioned now, all hope is not yet lost. There is still hope in the mobile. Maybe Daniel could eventually pull
Yep.
out some miraculous runs this year as well. Maybe you never know if you can either get a podium finish or maybe even lift out that trophy. That's something that we'll eventually watch a little bit later. But man, oh man, this was super fun. I'd have to say the mobile is going to be something which we have to witness. And Spartus, I think so. You
Yes.
got something to announce out here too.
As for the dates when the tournament will happen, it is starting from 2nd of October and it will go on till the 5th of October.
Yeah.
3 days of constant eFootball mobile action in the FIFA E World Cup qualifiers. And if Daniel is able to make the same amount of results he was able to clear in the year 2024, we
Yeah.
can still stand a chance to qualify to Riyadh. It will be a hell of a match. It will be a crazy journey. But for today, the console version has come to an end. We see you guys on 2nd of October.